welcome on stage.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the 2023 NATO Youth Summit, Next Gen Freedom and Security. It is fantastic to see you all here, and after all, today is for and about all of you, here in the audience and also online. I'm Kira Allman, I'm your host for today, and I'm here representing William and Mary, a public research university in Virginia in the United States, which is so proud to co-host this summit with NATO. This is the third annual edition of the NATO Youth Summit, a wonderful celebration and example of how NATO prioritizes youth voices. This event is now also an automatic part of the Secretary General's annual calendar, and we will be hearing from him later today in the program. This year's summit is a truly transatlantic one. We have 2 stages. The first sessions will be here in Brussels, and the second part of the day will continue in Washington, D.C., which will start after we end here. You'll see something for everyone in the Alliance, from Ankara to Vancouver, and we have thousands of people joining us from online. The full event will cover so many time zones. Today I'm here in Brussels, Belgium, at NATO headquarters, and we have a select group of more than 150 young people in the audience here with me. There are, of course, also thousands of you joining online throughout the day. Welcome to you all. We have interactive events and opportunities throughout the day, both in person and online. So get ready to get involved. You'll be invited to ask questions, participate in polls, and play games. In order to fully enjoy the interactive parts of the event today, now is your time to get out your phones and download the app. If you go to the email confirming your online registration for this event, there should be a link to download the app WebEx Events. It's linked in the email. That will allow you to vote and to contribute to the interactive activities throughout the day. You can also follow up on the discussion and share everything that's happening throughout the day on social media using the hashtag NATO Youth Summit. Now, before I introduce the first speaker, I'd like to run a quick poll, so make sure you download that app really quickly if you haven't done so yet. We're going to try to do this poll using the app. The question we'd like to ask all of you here in the room and also online joining us today is, what is the most pressing challenge to global security today? Think about your own experiences, your hopes and your fears. Take a moment now and participate in that poll, and let's see what is coming in. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you download that app. This is how you'll be able to participate in other activities throughout the day. Oh, things are changing quickly on here. Get those votes in. Is it going to be China's rise? Disinformation? Climate change? What's creeping up there now? Make sure you get those votes in. And remember that if you don't have the app or you can't figure out how to get to the poll, just go to your email, click the link in the email, and you'll be able to download the WebEx app. There's a poll function right there in the app, so just click on that, and that's how you participate. Wow. A lot of you are tuning in, which is great. It means you've downloaded the app. Awesome. So it looks like it's a neck and neck here, but military actions by Russia is taking the lead, and that is a topic that we will definitely be talking about today. It's something at the forefront of NATO's agenda. Weaponization of emerging and disruptive technologies, though, also a close second. And that is something that will also come up. Now remember that if you are looking at these topics and thinking, actually, I have a question about one of those things today, make sure that you also, if you're online, download the app and go to the Q&A later when we ask for questions. And in the audience, you'll have opportunities to ask questions of our speakers. So if one of these issues is a pressing issue for you and you've got a burning question, make sure that you hang on to that for one of the opportunities later in the day. It looks like definitely military actions by Russia is the top result. And then we've got disinformation in third, the erosion of democracy fourth. Thank you all so much for participating in that poll. Now, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to our event co-host, a brilliant champion of the summit, Ambassador Baiba Braja, the Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy at NATO. Please, let's all give a big round of applause and welcome the ambassador to the stage. Oh. So sorry about that. Change of plans, everyone. We are actually going to go to a different speaker for now, but, oh. She's coming. I've been told she's coming. This is the wonder of live online broadcast and live presentation. You just never know what you're going to get. Hopefully the ambassador is here. But I guarantee our next speaker is also awesome. So if we have to go to that, you're in for a treat there too. Okay, let's go to Martina then, shall we? Okay, we can come back. Yeah. Amazing. All right, well, like I say, we have an awesome next guest speaker. So, yeah, in this session, you needed to download the app. I warned you last time because you are going to have an opportunity to ask questions. If you're online, go to the app and go to the Q&A function. And if you're here in person, when we ask for questions, just raise your hand. And once you've been selected by the moderator, in this case, it's going to be me, just go to the microphone to ask your question. The next panel discussion, which we're going to go to now, is called Tackling Bullies of All Sizes. Now, standing up to bullies isn't just a topic that young people need to deal with. It's also something that happens on a bigger scale, as the results from our previous poll kind of demonstrated. Some countries actually intimidate and attack other countries, and we see this today. Bullying on an international scale is a security threat in Europe. NATO, for example, has witnessed Russia's unprovoked and brutal attack on Ukraine and its continuing bullying of its neighbors. In this session, we're very lucky to have Martina Ptakova, a kickboxing champion and a friend of NATO from the Czech Republic, who will be sharing her experience with bullying and how this has shaped her life. Please join me in giving a big round of applause for our next speaker, Martina. Wonderful. Martina, welcome.
Thank you.
It is so nice to have you here. Now, Martina, you are a 6 times kickboxing world champion, a model, a former Goodwill ambassador for the Czech government, and you began to learn to kickbox when you were 8 years old.
Yes, that's true.
You also worked with NATO in Jordan, and I know you're a very politically conscious young person as well. So thank you so much for being here with us today to share your story. I think you have a short presentation that you'd like to give to start us off. Brilliant, go ahead.
Thank you. So it's an immense honor for me to sit here and be able to speak to all of you with deep respect, undisguised enthusiasm, and never-ending humility, which should not only accompany us today at such an important event, but throughout our entire lives. It should accompany us no matter which path we take in this world. Being a good person with good values and unbreakable will and iron patience is not an easy task. It takes a lot of courage to not crack and commit yourself to good things. So, that's me. I was, I think, 6 years old, and I was such a little clumsy girl. And my parents didn't like the fact that my schoolmates were bullying me, so they took me to the combat sport classes. There are many reasons which lead to bullying, and the main problem is, I think, that the children are fighting the battles no one knows about. I've been fighting to who I am all of my children's life. And nowadays, I and my brother, we run various projects for young people and children against bullying in the Czech Republic and in the world. And sometimes I have to say that the stories are like sharp arrows that we desperately try to control, but despite our efforts, they bury deep into our hearts. You know, when the innocent eyes of a bullied little girl suddenly look up at you, you have to step in and help, especially when her story bears a strong resemblance to your own. Nowadays, I'm a fighter. I'm 8 times world champion in martial arts, in kickboxing and hand-to-hand fighting as well. Except that I'm only a European woman who competed a black belt in hand-to-hand fighting, which trained special and armed forces around the world. Sometimes I am a model. I'm a diplomat. I'm an ex-ambassador of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I'm an athlete. I'm the biggest dreamer you can imagine. I am a coach. I keep fighting against violence and support, for example, minorities around the world. All of my projects which I have teaches me what's right. It shows me that there is no point in being a hero in the eyes of the whole world, but only in the eyes of those who need us the most. Be a coach, be a friend of young people and bullied children. It's just like a feeling of trying to act as a light for others when they get lost in the dark along the way. Giving people hope is not easy. It's not an easy thing, especially when the future can be sometimes pretty uncertain and unreachable. But what I think was the most important, indifference should not have a place in this world. We have to fight against it all together, and it's the same like in the case of NATO. Together we can set the rules of the game of future generations and fight for the right values all together. We can create all these moments together and be like one big family with strong roots and give our lives some solid foundation. Sometimes it's not easy, and I know it very well. One has to overcome obstacles and not fall into the traps which they are around. I'm instructor of armed forces, and yes, this girl in the white dresses. I'm very proud that I can cooperate with NATO because, for example, I'm instructor of NATO multinational battle group in Slovakia. Then I'm proud that I be a part, for example, of Kassels. It's a special center against fighting against terrorism, the King II Abdullah Special Training Center in Amman, in Jordan. And maybe it sounds like a fairy tale from the bullied girl, she became a world champion, instructor, and many others. But the life is not easy, and it's like, you know, in my case, because I'm the biggest troublemaker you can imagine. But I think that never giving up is the attitude that we should carry and live with no matter what the situation is. So what happened to me? I had very bad, very serious accident, and the doctor said that I will not move anymore. So I had to fight, and I'm happy that I can be here today to share my story, that I can jump and I can fight. So I'm very proud of it. So maybe I carry a message for you. So when you see an obstacle approaching, grab your courage and fast up, because never give up is the most important thing in life. I am very happy that I can be here today and share my personal story. Thank you.
Wow, that is an incredible story, Martina, and very inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing that with all of us here in the room and online. You gave a piece of advice there at the end to all of us about never giving up. I'm wondering what additional advice you might give to young people who are facing similar problems or challenges to the ones that you faced.
Yes. So firstly, I think that combat sports or any other sports help a lot. A person learns to not to give up easily and to chase after their goals. That helps them to be even more focused. Nothing knocks them down easily, and they continue to fight despite the fact that the things are hard, even if there are obstacles on the way. Because, how I said, a strong will is the most important thing in life. And I think that it's also about pushing one's limit internally and rising above different circumstances. Because bullying is not going away on its own, and we have to stand up and fight against that. If we don't react to nothing, we lose. That's it. That's the point. But for long as I know, if you keep fighting against it, you have a chance to win. And for example, in our project, there's two parts, the mental and the psychological one. And we try that the children solve their problems by themselves where it's possible, and not to be running away from the problem, because it's important to face it head on.
Wonderful. Now, just a reminder to those of you in the audience, both here in the room and also online, that you can ask questions. So if you're online, go to the Q&A function in the app. And in the audience, in just a moment, I'm going to ask if you've got a question, you'll raise your hand. So just a reminder if you have a question for Martina. But in the meantime, I'm wondering, how did being a kickboxer get you involved with NATO?
Okay, so first I would like to say that I'm the biggest dreamer, how I said, and when I was younger, I always wanted to change the world. And I think we don't need magic to change the world, because we carry all the power we need inside ourselves already. So we have the power to imagine better. How I said, I always have new goals, and I try to do always my best. My first contact with NATO was, I think, in 2017, and I was a student of international studies, and I was interested in the defense. Because the activities of NATO made me sense, like collective defense, not to provoke conflict, but solve the conflicts, managing crises around the world, fighting against terrorism, and much more. And I wanted to be a part of it. And in the same year, I became an instructor of Armed Special Forces and got the opportunity to join. And nowadays, I said I'm proud of myself because I'm one girl there. And it's pretty strange, and it's crazy how fast time flies and how things progress. And nowadays, I am the part of, how I said, the CASOT, the King Abdullah Special Operations Training Center in Jordan, in Oman. And together with my brother, we prepare the soldiers, we train how to communicate with your enemies, how to fight, and teach, for example, self-defense and martial arts as well. Then, because the center specializes in counterterrorism, fight against terrorism, and special operations, we try to learn to teamwork, communications, and many others. And sometimes it's very funny because the people there see the girl like me in white dresses, and they are a little bit surprised. So, wait, what is it? When we come to the workshop, they are so surprised. So it's sometimes very funny. But that's it. And otherwise, for example, I'm an instructor of NATO multinational group in Slovakia, which has been present in Slovakia since April 2022 in response to the Russian aggression in the Ukraine. We teach, for example, combat development, for example, hand-to-hand trainings, because hand-to-hand fighting is a special system for the armed forces, how I said. And we try to teach collaboration, then the communication, teamwork, and many other things. And maybe there is more, but it's, I think, hard to describe, much more than explain. And I think that the most important in life is the trust. And I think that it can take years to earn, just a matter of seconds to lose. So I always try to do my best and be the best instructor you can imagine.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that, Martina.
Thank you too.
I think let's see if we've got any questions from the audience. We do. I see one right in the back there. Let's go to in the green top. Yeah, if you come to the microphone in the middle, then we'll be able to hear you. That would be brilliant. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for this fascinating talk. My name is Eleanor Manley, and I'm the co-founder of a company that helps organizations prevent and resolve bullying, discrimination, and harassment. So it's something that's very close to my heart. And I would love to know from your experience if you think that technology can actually play a role in preventing or tackling bullying. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
I think that we can use, for example, some technologies for special apps. It's possible, but what I like the most is the contact and communication with the people. So I think maybe it's the best instead of these communications.
Yeah, sometimes technology puts a bit of distance.
Yeah,
between,
yeah.
yeah.
I totally agree. So I think that the best contact is in person because you know the emotions and the behavior of the people, how the people behave. So I think it's the best. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. I think I saw another question a moment ago. Yes, right here in the front row. Please go over to the microphone if you don't mind. Yeah. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for the time and for sharing. My question is more around mental health, because when we speak about bullying, mental health is always there. And sometimes there are consequences that are irreparable, let's say. So you're sharing your story. My question is, personally, can you share some tips for taking care of mental health when these kind of bullyings of all sizes are coming in? I don't know, probably something about a special network, or how do you used to deal with it because you faced this situation?
I have to say that we have so many cases because we work with the young people and the children as well. And for example, I have started to do this project. It's called Bullying to the Cage. First, I would like to explain why it's called Bullying to the Cage, because my name is Ptáčková, and in our language, it's called like a bird. So it's like we grab the bullying and we put it into the cage. So why maybe this strange title, the strange name of our project. And I think that the biggest tip is to stand up and do something against it, because the fear is the worst enemy, I think. And when we don't react, we will lose. So when we have workshops and projects for the young people in the Czech Republic and in the world, we try to teach them that it's the best to solve it on their own, not to running away from the problem. Because, for example, they have parents, and the parents would like to solve that instead of the children, and I think it's the worst, because the children grow up and then they have another problems, and it's all the time the same. So say something, and I think that everything will be fine one day.
Brilliant. Thank you for that, Martina. Another question I have is related to something that I mentioned before around bullying being something that actually can happen on a much bigger scale. We often think about bullying as something that happens to individuals on a personal level, but it can happen on a bigger scale. So institutions and countries, for instance, can be bullies. I'm wondering, how do you feel when you see countries bullying other countries?
Okay, so firstly, I'd like to say that it's okay to be worried about wars and conflicts. And maybe I feel powerless, maybe I feel the fear of the future and anger that has happened. Maybe the shame and guilt and incomprehension, helplessness. And I always, when, for example, there is a conflict, bullying breaks out, I want to learn more. And sometimes I and many other people label the things that the bad people, bad states, but I think it's the worst. Because we should take like this situation like the opportunity to encourage compassion, but I feel very bad about. Yeah, that's it.
Brilliant.
And I think that, yeah, it makes me sad, and I'm always thinking about the things. But I think it teaches me and my friends, and I try to create a sense of safety and find ways to cope together with uncertainty and be hopeful for the peace we have.
Thank you so much, Martina.
Thank you so much.
So as a last thought, a parting thought for us, perhaps, you've already given us a couple of pieces of advice. If folks in the audience here in the room or online want to get involved in any of the initiatives that you've mentioned or to follow you, how can they do that?
Okay, if we have some other questions and so on, we have our special websites with my brother. It's called ptackovi.org. Maybe I can show you on the. Okay. No,
I don't know where the PowerPoint is.
Yeah, but you can yes, this one, or they can
brilliant.
email or what you want, but. And I will be happy if we can stay in touch. And if you have some more questions, just write me and I will write back.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
So much, Martina. Please, everybody, let's give Martina a huge round of applause. Thank you. All right. It's now my pleasure to welcome to the floor our event co-host for today, a brilliant champion of the summit, Ambassador Baiba Braja, the Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy at NATO. Please give a round of applause.
Hi. Good morning and a warm welcome. We met with a number of you a bit more than a year ago, and it has since become my favorite event, NATO Youth Summit. And luckily, we can meet all in person, but we also have more than 4,000 people registered online. So don't forget, we have listeners all around the world. We will have the US audience this afternoon. Very intense day, very varied day from the ambassadors, generals, young people. We heard from the champion of kickboxing, who also shows example how to stand up to bullies, and that relates also, of course, to what Ukraine is doing with regard to Russia's aggression. So climate change, today is the World Environment Day. We have the excellent presentation from the Climate Academy. You will also hear what NATO is doing to combat climate change, and Secretary General has been a real leader in getting NATO to commit very concretely to certain things. We will discuss, of course, where we are overall with the security situation in the world. And when we look back a year ago, when we met just 2 months after Russia's aggression and what NATO was doing, where we are today is a different stage. We are preparing for the NATO Summit in Vilnius in just a bit more than 5 weeks away. And in few words, to introduce you to the work that we do there is very clear. NATO is militarily ready to protect, to ensure the security and safety of our 1 billion citizens. We continue providing support to Ukraine as allies, as countries, but also as NATO, to ensure that Ukraine can implement its right to self-defense, because that is the UN Charter guaranteed right that Ukraine is implementing. Standing up for the UN Charter with its blood, with its sacrifice of its people, making sure that what we all around the world have committed, that armed aggression is not acceptable, violation of borders is not acceptable, that it all comes into fruition. That's why the whole world has joined hands to support Ukraine, to make sure it has the ability to protect itself, it has the lethal force, but it has also the will to protect itself. And this is where you come in. Your will to help Ukraine in all ways, through commitments, financially to help, every cent matters, to sending the best wishes on social media, making sure you don't spread Russian propaganda, that you stand up for the values, making sure that also for the future, Ukrainians around you, we have welcomed millions and millions Ukrainian children and women, that they don't feel excluded, that they feel like real Europeans, that they are warmly welcome, that we support the country that is standing up for the UN Charter. And this is where the NATO comes in also, because NATO is a peace alliance. The article, the famous Article 5, that is the basis, the collective defense to NATO, is based on the same UN Charter article, Article 51, the right to defend yourself individually or collectively. So NATO as a peace alliance provides security for all of you, for all citizens in our countries, which enables, indeed, our dreams, which enables prosperity, which enables predictability for the businesses, your dreams of undisturbed future. We have done that for 74 years, and we intend to go on. We intend to make sure that security is there. And again, it's not only our military who does that. The whole society effort today is more relevant than ever. You, as the future leaders who will take on the alliance from us, but also your understanding, countering these cyber attacks, observing cyber hygiene as individuals, countering disinformation, standing up for values day by day, every day, combating climate change. Everything matters. So this is, again, why you are at NATO, why we are together, because you are part of that security for all of us for the future in more ways than one. And with this, I'm very happy to be with you here today. Don't hesitate to ask questions. Don't hesitate to, let's say, torture our leaders with everything that interests you, with your knowledge, with your expertise, but as I said, also the questions and exchanges, but also take in and take on and bring back to your own societies, friends, groups, NGOs, student clubs, wherever you are, what NATO is and what NATO is not. Because the disinformation that is spreading currently is indeed something that worries us greatly. So it's not anymore one-way channels that NATO says something. It's all of you. You are part of this new blockchain society where we need nodes of information across the societies to take in and to spread the truth, to spread what you know, what you believe in, and to stand up for the values. So we are in it together. We are NATO, and we are stronger together. I thank you. Have a good day.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Ambassador Braja, for that inspiring introduction and this very warm welcome to NATO. We really appreciate it. Thank you for joining
Kira.
us. Yes.
I will be right here.
Wonderful. Okay. Did you all see that spectacular artwork that we had on display playing before the event started today? If you haven't seen it yet, we're about to show some of it again. These works of art are part of the Big Dream Project, where hundreds of young people have contributed their hopes and dreams for the future. They've imagined what they want the world to look like, and hundreds of artists have interpreted their dreams into the artwork that you've seen and you will see again shortly. They're also looking for more submissions, so if you can visit the website, you might be able to contribute or at least learn more about the project. What the Big Dream works of art show us is that the world is made up of diverse people and cultures. Young people like you don't all share the same dreams, but you are united in your determination to dream. We know that different cultures and different people also sometimes have different values. And it can be challenging to find common ground when our values conflict. Our next guest speaker is someone who has experienced this diversity of cultures and values firsthand in his work and his personal life as a high-profile LGBTQ+ diplomat. We're going to talk to him about how you can hold true to your values while also respecting the cultures of others. Let's give a big round of applause to welcome David Quarry, United Kingdom Ambassador to NATO, to the stage. Thank you so much for joining us today, Ambassador Quarry.
My pleasure.
So we are here to talk about values and living your values in challenging contexts. So let's start the conversation with you and your values. Could you tell us a bit about the people and experiences that have shaped your values on a personal and professional level?
Yeah, thank you. And it's a real pleasure to be here and to have such a great attendance today. And I hope you have a fantastic day. But I think for me personally, my parents probably and my family shape a lot in terms of my values and my kind of work ethic and how I see the world in very broad terms. But I've been a professional diplomat for 29 years now. So a lot of my life and my world outlook is shaped by that career and by how much time I have spent abroad in a whole range of places, from Zimbabwe to Israel to India to New York for the United Nations and now here. And I think the thing you learn over time is some humility, I think. You've got to hold true to your values, but you also, over time, understand what a complex place the world is, how often those values are under pressure in different places, how sometimes people can see what to you are very obvious things in very different ways. But I went into this career partly because I had a great curiosity about the world. I think that's only increased over time. But you do get a certain insight on it from being such a high-profile LGBTQ+ personality as I guess I was, particularly in Israel when I was the first openly gay British ambassador to serve in Israel. So it was a big part of my public profile. My partner, who is here somewhere, for the two of us, it was a big part of our profile together there.
Brilliant, thank you. And just a reminder to those of you in the audience here in the room and online, if you would like to ask a question, there will be time to ask the ambassador some questions in a moment. So if you're online, submit to the Q&A function, and in the room, we'll take hands in a moment. I'd like to know a little bit more about what it has been like to be an LGBTQ+ person in the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office in the UK. Has that experience changed over time?
Well, I mean, it's really a revolution since I started in 1994. It had been illegal up until 1991 to be gay and in the British Foreign Office. The then British Prime Minister, John Major, saw the absurdity of a situation where people were saying, well, gay people are security risks as the risk of blackmail. Well, the only reason they were at risk of blackmail is because we didn't allow them to live their lives openly at that time. So he changed that rule, which was a huge step forward. But the cultural change that underpinned that took much longer to happen. And it wasn't overtly sort of homophobic when I joined, but there was a culture which was not welcoming. And now the contrast is incredible, which is not to say that we don't have a lot of work still to do. But we have the head of the Foreign Office who appears in the Pride Parade in London. We have a very supportive environment. We've got a network of LGBT+ ambassadors who try to help our staff organisation. So we do have lots more to do. But it's just an incredibly more open and welcoming environment to work in now. It really is a revolution, as I say.
Wow. Yeah, it's very inspiring to hear, really. Change really does happen over time. And what about NATO, working at NATO? What is NATO doing to be inclusive of LGBTQ+ people? And is it doing enough?
Nobody's ever doing enough, but we've got a great staff association, Proud at NATO, who are relatively young as an organisation, but who are really starting to make some progress and who have got a good campaign plan for the next year. We've got a Secretary General who is an incredibly supportive ally. So we had my partner and I hosted a Pride reception a couple of weeks ago, and the Secretary General turned up with an incredibly positive and empowering message there. And he talked about how his mother had written the Norwegian civil partnership legislation a few years ago, and how much that had shaped him. But there's work to do. There's one of the things that makes working at NATO so interesting is you've got 31 different allies, soon to be 32, we hope. You've got civilians and military working together. You've got an international staff, and you've got delegations. So there are many different cultures in play. And while there might not be much kind of overt homophobia here, there's a lot to do in terms of creating an actual positive environment and making it easier, for example, for NATO staff to serve with their partners and to go abroad with their partners.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But it's exciting to hear about all of these things that are happening.
Yeah, things are on the move.
Yeah. So as a diplomat, you mentioned just a moment ago that you often have to interact with a lot of different cultures, lots of different nationalities, and you probably have to navigate some delicate issues in that time, while also being true to yourself and respectful of other countries' values. So do you have any principles that you won't compromise? Do you have any red lines where it's like, I will not go past this? And if you do, how did you decide what those principles would be, given that you know you're going to have to interact with a lot of different cultures?
I mean, part of the attraction for me of being a diplomat is that you do have that opportunity, and you have to strike this balance between defending your own values, defending the values that my government pays me to represent and to promote within the world, while also being respectful of other cultures. If you're serving in a country, you must be respectful of that country's values and cultures. Now, therein lies the sort of interesting tension of being a diplomat, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of people find the job so rewarding. But one really good example is that when I was ambassador to Israel, we used to do a lot, more than almost any other ambassador, I think, with very religious communities. And some people say, why would you do that when you know that those communities are not welcoming of, supportive of homosexuality? So, well, that's entirely the point, in a way, to start a conversation, to have interaction, to get to understand them, for maybe them to get to understand me a bit. And my partner and I hosted receptions for the ultra-Orthodox community there. And some of my colleagues were so surprised that people would turn up. It's like, we had a great, loud, noisy conversation that evening. Now, if somebody was overtly homophobic or racist or other things, then you'd have to disagree. You'd have to be clear that you disagree about that. But you can do that in a respectful way. And you shouldn't let the possibility of that stop you engaging with others whose values are different. Because the easiest thing in the world as a diplomat is to go and talk to people who already agree with you. But there's just no, there's a certain value in that. Obviously, it's pointless. But the real point is to try to understand and inform and hopefully influence those who have a different take from you.
I really like that message of not being afraid to disagree with people,
right,
or to be disagreed with. That's really powerful. Let's go to the audience. Are there any questions in the room with us today? Oh, we have one in the far back over there. If you don't mind just coming to the microphone in the middle here so we can hear you, that would be brilliant.
Ambassador Corey, thank you so much for being here today. And I come from Lithuania, that's currently in the process of passing the legislation for civil partnerships. And of course, this potential legislation is not without the controversy. So my question is, what role do you think international organizations, especially NATO, but don't usually are concerned to have this normative power to impose values, social values, what role it could play to advance some countries or make certain normative changes happen? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Great question. And we are a values-based alliance. Now, we're about security, we're about collective defense, we're about deterrence, but at the heart of NATO is the fact that we are values-based, that we support our democracy, and that actually the point of all this hard military power is to enable our societies to remain democracies, to support our values. So I think the fact that we talk about those values at NATO is really important in showing for all allies how critical this is. And if you want a great example of that at the moment, it's in Ukraine, where you have openly LGBT+ soldiers fighting not only for the freedom of their country, but to change their own country. And that is a message that we must kind of internalize and learn from in NATO, because we're about hard power, collective defense, but ultimately it's about protecting our democracy and our values.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago, we'll go back to the audience in a second, so get your questions ready. You mentioned a moment ago that when you joined the FCDO, it was illegal to be an LGBTQ.
I joined just after.
Oh, you joined
it
just
stopped
after, yes, yeah, just after. So it had only recently changed. Now, NATO's a large organization. You've worked for other large bureaucracies like the FCDO. And they, of course, have established rules and ways of working. So this can be helpful. Those rules make it really clear what you should and shouldn't do. But what if you disagree with the established rules of the organization that you're involved with? A lot of the young people here today and tuning in online might find themselves in that kind of a situation where they disagree with their own institutions. Have you ever been in that kind of situation? And what would you do? What advice would you give to young people?
I mean, I'm in that situation now. We've made an enormous amount of progress in the British Foreign Office, but there are still things that need to change. Some of our rules still need to change to reflect the reality of modern lives and modern relationships. So you never get to the end of that process, but the things that you absolutely need are leadership and a plan, because these things don't change by themselves. You need a proper plan to be clear about your objectives, to organise how you're going to try to influence those who can make the decisions, that you mobilise support from a wide range of people, some directly involved, others less directly involved. And you've got the mechanisms to see that through, because if you, as people often say, hope is not a strategy, and it's definitely not a strategy when you're trying to achieve institutional change. You need leadership and you need a plan. And we've got actually a brilliant piece of work that's been done by our Foreign Office LGBT Association as a guide for ambassadors about the environment they should try to create at post. Because some bits of it will be obvious. Yeah. Some bits of it won't be obvious to a straight ambassador about things that will make a difference. So you've got to bring people along, but you need a plan, ultimately.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think we do have another question right there in the green. If you don't mind coming to the microphone.
Thank you so much. This was a brilliant talk. My background is in data science, and we work towards inclusion and actually preventing discrimination at work. And from the data that we've collected, we know that 75% of LGBTQ plus workers experience discrimination. A third of them end up leaving the workplace, and more than 50% actually don't come out at work because of that. And from our perspective as well, is because companies really concentrate on diversity, but diversity is just the number, so the proportional representation, whilst inclusion is the act towards inclusive leadership. And you talked about this plan and this guide, and I would love to hear your kind of examples of how we can move beyond just the diversity number towards actually a plan of action towards inclusive leadership. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And at the UK delegation, we had a kind of away day on Friday, and we had somebody come in to talk about diversity and inclusion. And that was one of his central points, that you can do all the stuff about the numbers, but unless you change the culture and make it more inclusive, then you've only just done a kind of tick box exercise. And so looping back to your first question about leadership and inspiration, probably the most influential leader that I've worked for was my ambassador when I was in India. And to me, that he showed that you could be both a kind of highly successful, high-achieving, high-profile leader while still being a kind, thoughtful, generous, inclusive person. And our Foreign Office has had a bit of a culture where if you're seen to be in kind of top jobs, you're really hard driving and you push people really hard. But he really showed for me about how you can build a different kind of culture. So there's a big leadership bit on it. But you do need to understand the factors that make people feel excluded as well. And I think that's something that we've made a lot of progress on in recent years, actively trying to understand, okay, if you're a woman in the Foreign Office, what feels different or awkward to you when you're in a mostly male environment sometimes? If you're from an ethnic minority in the UK, how have you been affected, for example, by Black Lives Matter? If you're a young gay officer, what health requirements might you have that are different when you serve overseas than if you're a straight officer? And showing that you are actively reaching out to try to understand all those different factors has an incredibly powerful, I think, motivating factor as well. But you've then got to put in place, you know, the practical support to deliver on those. But there are all kinds of techniques that you can use in terms of how you organize yourself, how you run a meeting, how you speak to people, what order you speak to people in, just the kind of language that you use that will create a more inclusive environment.
I'm also thinking about other ways of kind of embedding inclusion culturally in an organization and even more broadly. We have this amazing art exhibition that's going on kind of around this event, and I think that your partner, your husband, had
Yes.
an influential role in kind of driving that forward. And I'm wondering what you think the role of art and kind of other forms of expression beyond kind of leadership within organizations has in terms of embedding inclusion culturally.
Yeah, it's a really good point about how you sort of open up organizations and how you enable people to kind of think and feel differently. And we did a lot of culture-related work in Israel, partly because it opens up a different kind of, you know, partly it's to celebrate the value of the culture itself, but also because it opens up a different kind of conversation. It allows you to have a different kind of relationship and interaction with people. And you know, there's a reason you go to historic buildings and they're full of a particular kind of artwork very often, including, you know, my own employer, the British Foreign Office, because you know that artwork conveys a message. It sets a culture, it sets a mood. So you can use art in a different way to try to open up new things, to open up different ways of talking, I think, as well.
Yeah, brilliant. Are there any more questions from in the audience here at the moment? I'm wondering what other examples of good leadership you've seen in terms of mentorship, particularly for young people, when it comes to embracing diversity and seeing that as a strength rather than a challenge, like, oh, this is another thing that we have to do.
Probably the best thing I've been involved in the last few years is a reverse mentoring scheme. Yeah, so it's a two-way thing, and to be talking to somebody who is from an underrepresented group in government, who actually helped me think about these issues in a different way, helped me think about the language that I use, helped me think about what was actually going to have an impact on people that I was trying through my leadership to enable or to empower. And there's a great danger with mentoring that you're sort of handing down tablets of stone to somebody about how to do things or how to improve stuff. The brilliance of the reverse mentoring is that you start from a completely reverse position, and it is clear that both of you are learning from that. And I think that was probably the most powerful thing. And I did that, including a time just after George Floyd and when Black Lives Matter was really having a big impact in the UK as elsewhere, and when it was really having a very visible impact on staff from underrepresented groups in the British government. So but people found it difficult to have the conversations, didn't know how to start the conversations quite often. So it played a big role in opening up that kind of dialogue, I think.
That makes a lot of sense. You know, there's this expression, you can't be what you can't see.
Right.
And I'm wondering if there are any LGBTQ individuals or movements or even works of art that have inspired you, that you think about to motivate you.
Well, I mean, unfortunately for me, Alan Turing remains, it's a terrible example in a way, because the British government, having Alan Turing who helped crack the Enigma code, who was then after the war, when he had helped shorten the war, was basically persecuted for his sexuality and died very young. So it's that rather tragic example that... But he is a great example of how much progress we have made. And it is really important that sometimes we talk often about the challenges. But I always say, young LGBTQ groups now, you will have opportunities that no other generation in history has had. And whatever the challenges, and there are still many to overcome, there are things open to you now that have been open to no generation in the past. So my responsibility is to help keep enabling that. Your responsibility is to seize those opportunities, I think, and to really do even more than we have been able to do, because it is always worth us reminding ourselves how much work has gone into getting where we are now, but also that prime fact that there are opportunities available now that literally no other generation in history has had.
Wow, that's really inspiring, actually. It's an inspiring thought. And kind of keeping with that theme of the opportunities ahead, what would you like the future to look like? What are kind of the next steps in terms of LGBTQ plus inclusion in the highest offices of power in whatever institutions these young people might occupy in the future?
It would be great to get to a point where it doesn't matter so much that I'm the first LGBT ambassador to UK ambassador to NATO, or that I think it's a Latvian president will be the first openly gay elected president in Europe, that we will have moved beyond these firsts and it will feel a much more natural part of life. There will always be new challenges to overcome, but I just hope in a few years' time we're talking less about firsts and more about how these things are an integral part of our society and indeed our values.
Brilliant. That's a wonderful note to end on. Thank you so much, Ambassador Corey, for joining us today. Please, everyone, give a big round of applause to the
Thanks a lot.
Ambassador. Thank you. Yeah.
Enjoyed that.
Yeah, you too. Wow, wonderful. I found that a really inspiring session. I don't know about you all. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of nods in the audience. If I could see you online, I bet you're nodding too. Our next session is going to take us beyond the limits of our familiar world here on Earth. That's right, we are going to talk about space. You might be surprised to realize that space actually has become an enabler for our everyday lives. It plays a role in how we communicate, work, and even how we travel. But space is also NATO's newest domain because the multiple security threats that could emerge there always exist. For example, there's the potential for the increased weaponization of spacecraft, such as satellites. There's the need to understand humanitarian issues on a planetary level, such as massive migration and refugee movements. There's a need for more information about our adversaries, with a recent example being North Korea failing to launch a spy satellite. In a moment, we'll watch a video about why space is important for our shared security. And then our moderator for the next panel discussion, Juraj Masson from Friends of Europe, will take the stage and introduce our next panelists. So let's roll the video.
Have you heard this before? I need some space. Maybe you've said it to yourself. What if this wasn't about needing some space for a breather, but needing space itself? You know, space. Technology used in space has an essential role in everyday life. Thanks to a satellite, live events are streamed thousands of kilometers away. Farmers forecast weather for crops. Apps deliver food to your door, geopositioning and real-time traffic updates. Financial systems, computer data and mobile phone networks power grids. That's in addition to aviation, defense and communication systems. Space is everywhere, and it's getting busier. NATO understands how important it is to protect our interconnected lives and economies which depend on space technology. Protecting space is no small feat. Some countries already have the means to jam, hack, and even destroy satellites. NATO countries are responding by creating space commands and developing new technologies. And NATO itself has its own space center to support operations and missions, share information, and coordinate allied efforts. NATO has also named space as an operational domain, making it equally important as air, land, sea, and cyberspace. However, NATO has no plans to put weapons in space. Now add in the growth of what was once thought of as science fiction, commercial spaceflight. Space will become even busier as we begin a new era of space tourism. As more people on Earth look to the skies, NATO is addressing critical questions. How will we maintain our peace and safety even as space becomes busier and more competitive? How are allies working together to ensure responsible behavior in space? So, what happens up there really matters, And that's why we are already at work to keep space peaceful and free for everybody. This is just the beginning of a vast ongoing conversation as everyone realizes we all need some space.
Good morning, everyone, those here at the NATO headquarters, but also to our lovely audience online. On behalf of NATO and Friends of Europe, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this panel discussion, Space, Technology and Security. And we already have had quite a nice introduction, so I won't take your valuable time repeating what has been already said. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Juraj Majcin, and I'm the Program Manager for Peace, Security and Defense at Friends of Europe. And together with our three esteemed panelists that I will introduce a bit later, I will accompany you throughout this conversation we have on a very important topic of space. And as its name suggests, the aim of the panel is to discuss and raise awareness about the new space age and the new space technologies, not only for our daily lives, because it's also important, but for our economic well-being and also for international peace and security. So to discuss this topic, I'm joined by, from the right side, by Thomas Dermine, who is the Belgian State Secretary for Scientific Policy, Recovery Program and Strategic Investment, also responsible for space portfolio in the government of Belgium, and Friends of Europe's 2020-2021 European Young Leader. On the left from Thomas, we have Pauline Varnot, who's Senior Legal Advisor at the International Committee of the Red Cross and lecturer at the Law Faculty of the University of Namur. And last but not least, we have David Eagleson, a final year law student at the University of Cambridge, policy fellow at the Pinsker Center, specialized in space law and militarization of space. But before we begin our discussion, let me just say that this is not only about our speakers sharing their views and their insights with you, it's also about you. It's primarily about you, our audience. So while they'll be talking, please think about your questions, because I want to bring you to the debate quite soon. So keep this in mind, and I will see your comments, your questions. I know that sometimes we say that make sure that your question ends with a question mark, but not this time. So please think about it can be a comment or thought. And Thomas, let me first start with you. But before we start, I would like to tell you a small anecdote. And when we were choosing the panel, the topic for the panel, we had a brainstorm in the office. And my lovely colleague Evan, who sits among you, told me that Juraj, we should do space, because when people today hear space, despite the high importance of it for humanity, they think about Star Wars or crazy rich people flying to space. So Thomas, I think Evan's right, and I know that you face that dilemma yourself, because even as a senior politician in Belgium, you also face difficulty sometimes in persuading your colleagues in the government to put more resources to space. And if I may quote you, you said in one of your speeches that I try to bring the topic of space to the political table, but at times are difficult on Earth. So Thomas, tell us why it's important to talk about space and why it should be of particular importance for young people.
Okay. So good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. I was a bit surprised because it's the first time I'm called a senior politician. Anyway, on behalf of the Belgian government, welcome in Brussels in this impressive building of NATO. I'm the youngest member of the Belgian government. Coming this morning at this event, I realized I would not have been allowed to apply to be in the audience today. So that's maybe the reason why I was called a senior politician. I'm indeed responsible for space in the Belgian government, and I see a few smiling faces saying, oh, Belgium in space, what the hell are they doing, this small country? But actually we're quite big in space. I mean, relatively small, but we are one of the highest contributing member states of the European Space Agency, and we have amazing companies building parts of rockets, building satellites. And why are we investing so heavily in space? Well, for many reasons. Because most of the technologies actually we use today on Earth have been developed for space application in the first place. I mean, if you take your smartphone, the fact that you have a touch screen was developed because in space you can only interact with a computer using a touch screen. So that was developed in the 80s for space applications. If you think of the Internet protocol was also developed part of space programs. And today, for example, we are working with the European Space Agencies on building colonies on the moon, so permanent settlement on the moon, and trying to design what will be a base on the moon. You need to think, oh, what do you do with waste? How do you consider circularity? And these kind of questions will be very important on the moon, but will be also very important on Earth when we think about the limits and the boundaries of our ecosystems. Another example is the climate change and the transition we need to make. Basically, space is a very important ally in this transition. With space technologies, we can better predict what will be the impact of climate change on Earth. Basically, with the European Space Agency, we built a digital twin of the Earth to be able to build on actual satellite data to model what is the impact of rising temperature on ecosystem, on migration flows, on the sea level, etc. It's very important for governments to anticipate and to take the right decisions ahead of the rising temperatures. It also allows us to better react to dramatic events, such as floods, such as droughts that we see at every corner of the world. Very important, and for all these reasons, we keep on investing.
Thank you, Thomas. Now, you presented a lot of opportunities that space offers us in tackling climate change in particular. But we know that when something's not regulated or poorly regulated, the capacity of that domain to deliver some positives to us, it decreases. So we need proper regulation. And that's why we have David here today. So David, tell us, is space well regulated? I know that now we have a lot of new actors. I know that we have no more two competing superpowers as it was in the old days of Cold War. So is space regulation up to date?
Well, it's just as you say, things are changing so rapidly, even just in the last few years. Government is no longer the only player in space. We think about government spending a lot of money on their space programs, and they do. But just to take the one example of the United States, it's not as large as a percentage of spend on space as you might think. The US spends only, less than half a percentage point of their overall annual budget on space. So it's smaller than you might think. And against that, you've got expanding private spending on space programs. So McKinsey did some interesting work in the last few years, and they found that private spending on space programs is actually rising around 22% a year, year on year. And so regulation is really struggling to keep up with that. The international framework that we're working with is really outdated. The overarching governing document is the Outer Space Treaty of 1967. And we haven't had a new UN space treaty since about 1979. So if you think about how much things are changing, how rapidly things have been changing since then, even just in the last few years, you can see why we might be struggling to keep up. And we've got more states launching now than we did back in 1967. 1967, whenever the Outer Space Treaty was created, we had, it was a big year for space. We had the most launches in the 20th century. But we only had about 4 states launching. Today, more than 80 states have active space programs. So that's something that's worth bearing in mind as we move forward. With more states being involved in space, we have, of course, increasing opportunities for collaboration, for doing positive things like raising people out of poverty. But it also comes with challenges. It's really difficult to get everyone to reach consensus. at the UN Office of Outer Space to formulate new treaties, to formulate new policy. So what can we do? What can we do in the meantime to sort of try and plug the gap and move ourselves towards a position where we might be able to adopt more binding frameworks once again? States have sort of shifted to adopting statements of principle and other things in sort of soft law instruments. We might think, for instance, of the Artemis Accords, recent US innovation. And what they're trying to create, according to the preamble, is a political commitment. It's not a legal commitment, but it's getting a group of states, a group of like-minded states that think alike, that realize that the space environment is changing so rapidly and is in need of new regulation, to come together, to agree upon a set of common principles that can form the basis of binding regulation. So that's a positive development, something that's happening in the interim to try and fill the void. So not only have we got a challenge of increasing commercialization, of regulation struggling to fill the void, we've also got the challenge of space militarization. We're seeing space being militarized so quickly. NATO has recognized that outer space is now an operational domain. We see, even in the war in Ukraine, Russia targeting satellites with anti-satellite weapons, cyber attacks predominantly. And if we look at the existing regulation, it's not apt to cover all of these situations. It's very broad and overarching. It was supposed to be the broad governing document. States were supposed to reconvene and come up with more precise rules that could deal with these situations. And Article 4 of the Outer Space Treaty, for instance, it deals very well with sort of prohibiting weapons of mass destruction placed in orbit. But it's limited to weapons of mass destruction and, of course, military installations on celestial bodies. It was never intended and never envisaged all the sorts of space weapons that we might be seeing today, which can have just as equally a destructive effect on the satellite systems that we rely on for our day-to-day lives.
Thank you, David. Yeah, so we fear that the space will become sort of a wild west if we don't have enough of space regulation. Now, let's go to the audience. So I see hands being raised. So I think, lady in the first row, you were the first one. So I think there's a microphone in the middle, right there. So please take the floor. And now I'll collect a few questions or thoughts, and then I'll ask Thomas and David to react to them, but also then I'll come to Pauline, of course. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much for your interventions. My name is Sofia Romansky. I'm a researcher at the Hague Center for Strategic Studies. And my question specifically concerns space debris and junk that is already in orbit at the moment. What kind of considerations are being taken into account in relation to space travel and exploration when we have already contaminated the direct orbit around our planet? And how does this threaten security for the future?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take one more or two more. A gentleman in the middle, I think.
Janis Guske, European Youth Forum, Coordination Network for Youth, Peace and Security, one of the co-chairs. And I want to ask you, about the topic of resource exploitation in space. According to the space contract of the United Nations, exploiting resources, for example, on the moon, is not permitted for a single country. What is your approach of exploiting resources on planets, asteroids, and the moon in this case?
Thank you. And now a gentleman with a Ukrainian flag, I think. So this will be the last one in the first round of your questions, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Santel de la Presilla. I'm a speechwriter at the ALDE party. My question pertains to China, and I'll try and keep it brief. I want to know, open to the panel, what do you think the threat of the Chinese Communist Party, does it actually pose a threat to this idea that we can somehow, have a framework of rules, of international order, where we have countries and non-state actors to respect the laws when we have a country like China trying to assert itself both here on Earth and in space? Thank you.
Thank you. So let's put it to the panel then. So we have quite a lot on plate, but please be brief because we want to make this interactive. So Thomas, can you take the question of threat of the last question, the threat of China, and you can also link it to the need for closer cooperation of the Atlantic community. So what we should do about the threat of China,
and also the question on debris, because actually we are living in space a real paradigm shift, and actually all the three questions relate to this very basic phenomenon happening in space. The basic economical question in space is how much does it cost to lift 1 kilo into space? And actually we have for this cost item something similar to a Moore law in IT, which means that every year the cost of launching 1 kilogram into space, into orbit, is divided by 2. And SpaceX and all the trajectory of Elon Musk with the Starship to be launched again in a few months is going to reduce it drastically further. Which means that basically, back in the days, up until 5 or 10 years ago, only public players, mostly public players, could afford the cost of launching things into space. And so when you launched a satellite, it was really haute couture. So it was something designed for space, extremely robust, tested in extremely adverse environment to make sure that the satellite you launch was actually able to work in space for 20 years. Now, with the fact that basically the cost had been divided by more than nearly 100 in a few years, what we see is new companies emerging and launching new items, satellites, by examples, that have not been designed for space. But basically, if you look at a modern satellite today, it's much closer to a Tesla or to an electric car than a native space technology. Why? Because of course it's less robust, but you can launch 10 times more satellites, and you know that you will have redundancy because you launch 10 times more satellites, and even if you have 1 or 2 that crashes, it's okay. This has very deep implications for debris that we need to anticipate, and what we need to do is of course, space traffic management and make sure that we control the orbit. 2, circularity, how to impose norms on satellite producers to make sure that within the design of satellites, you embed rules to make them circular. And 3, we need to develop new technologies, and that's what we do also with the European Space Agency, to be able to intercept and to develop the garbage truck of space. And we have startups all over Europe working on this kind of projects. On the question of China, it's a complex question. We see that China is investing a lot in space. They're developing their own space station. They are out of the ISS for the next development. But look, on many scientific projects, they're still on board. So we need to be cautious. We need to make sure to keep on investing in space, because we invest, especially in Europe, way less than the Chinese do. In Europe, on average, every citizen in Europe is investing 20 euro in space. For all the benefits that we get in space, it's ridiculous. In the US, you say 0.5% of GDP. It's about 7 times the budget we put in Europe. Belgium is one of the highest contributing countries to European Space Agency budget. It's 30 euro a year we put in space. Honestly, if you think of the benefits you get from space, from an industrial perspective, from a scientific perspective, from a security perspective, on climate change, it's ridiculous. So the question you raise is very good. We need to have this kind of balanced attitude toward China, but for sure we need to keep on investing. Otherwise, we will be completely out of the race.
Thank you, Thomas. But I think you're doing a great job, because if I'm not mistaken, Belgium is the 5th largest contributor to the European Space Agency, right? So I think as a governmental official responsible for space portfolio, you're doing well. And then there was a question about the exploitation of space resources. And can I ask David to weigh in here?
Yeah. So, of course, you've got these two concepts or principles floating around. You've got the sort of province of mankind, that space is the province of mankind. That's a principle that we find in the Outer Space Treaty. But you've also got a broader approach that was predominantly put forward by the developing world. For example, we look at the Moon Agreement, 1979, this idea that space is the common heritage of mankind. There's academic debate about what the exact meaning of the two concepts is. There's quite a lot of overlap. But we might think about the province of mankind as meaning that space is open access for all, whereas common heritage has many more connotations of resource sharing, some sort of active effort on the part of space powers, those powers that have already got active space programs, that already have the capability to exploit resources, to share the benefit actively with the developing world. And so you've got this tension between those states that can currently actively exploit space resources and are developing the means to do so, and those which, perhaps newer space powers, that's way down the horizon for them. And so the question for policymakers is, how do we balance these competing interests, and how can we pull states back together towards a common framework that we can all participate in?
Thank you. Yeah, indeed. I mean, if you read a lot of space treaties and from the 1960s and 70s, you find a lot of wording, the very inspirational words like, space as a common heritage of mankind, or astronauts as envoys of mankind. So maybe we should return back to this mindset of cooperation. And we know that space is used not only for military purposes, but which is because we're NATO, so of course, this is the topic we talk about. But space, and especially space info data, are important for humanitarian action. So to monitor floods, to monitor movement of cattle, and that's why we have Poland here. But first, before talking about the humanitarian uses of space, and I think you're well placed because you represent the ICRC, which is the world's most prominent humanitarian organization. Can you touch briefly upon what the space regulation? We know that in humanitarian law, you have a strict distinction between military objectives and civilian objectives, and only military objectives can be attacked. And we know that in space, we see a lot of merges, let's say, merging between the two domains. So can you touch upon that, and then you comment on the humanitarian uses of space, or use of space for humanitarian action?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting the ICRC here. And as you said, humanitarian organizations rely heavily on a daily basis on the use of space-based assets. And so the ICRC is a humanitarian organization that has an exclusive humanitarian mandate to protect life and dignity of persons in situations of armed conflict and other situations of violence, and to provide them with assistance. But the second core mandate that we have is to promote and strengthen international humanitarian law, that is the body of law that is applicable in situations of armed conflict. And as you said, the question is, why does IHL matter in this kind of situation? Well, because of military activities, also in outer space, are constrained by existing international law, as David said, and that includes international humanitarian law in situations of armed conflict. And so therefore, in the very unfortunate event where an armed conflict with all breaks and take place also in space, IHL will provide very clear rule to conduct hostilities, including the core IHL principles of distinction, meaning that there is a distinction that must always be made between the combatant and military objectives on one side that can be attacked, and then the civilian objects on the other side that cannot be attacked and must be protected. The second core principle is proportionality. That means that attacks that would result in incidental damages, what we call usually collateral damages, but incidental damages that would be excessive to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated, are prohibited. And the last principle that is very important, especially when we speak about debris, I will come back to that, is the obligation to take all feasible precautions to avoid incidental harm. And there are more stringent rules also that will protect specific categories of persons, such as and objects such as those that are indispensable for the survival of the civilian population. But the three core principles that I spoke about and that are applicable in the conduct of hostilities can already trigger, reflections on very specific challenges for the application of IHL that result from military operations in outer space or in relation to outer space.
Thank you. And can you also briefly comment on the humanitarian uses of space?
Yes.
The other role of ICRC besides IHL?
Yes, thank you. And it will also give me the occasion to come to two challenges that we also face as humanitarians. The first one is linked to the dual-use natures of satellites, and I will come back to that. I know that you are very familiar with this. And the second one is indeed the risks that are created by debris. So for the first challenges, the dual-use natures, it's true that satellites are used by the military, but also by the civilians, and also, of course, by the humanitarian actors. And think, for instance, as the weather services that we will use to try to prevent the flood, or at least to predict them, the shipping for essential goods, the satellite phone service that we will use in case of emergency. Well, the ICRC, in our operation, we rely on a daily basis on such services. And so, for instance, 10 to 15% of our field structure and personnel rely only on satellite communications. And we have 2,600 trucks that can only work if they are satellite tracked. So it means that in some contexts, we can only operate if we are provided with the necessary link with outer space. And so the disruption, of course, of those space assets can have a very detrimental effects for civilian lives, but also for the ability for humanitarian organizations to conduct their mission. And if those assets are indeed dual use, it means that in certain circumstances, they are used for military purposes, for civilian purposes, meaning that in situations of armed conflict, they can lose their protection and therefore be attacked, provided that they qualify as a military objective, but also the principle of proportionality, as spoke about, is respected. And if I may just, very shortly, the second thing I wanted to speak about is debris, because there was a question on that. Debris, they will continue, so if there are activities, military activities in outer space, the debris, they will continue to travel for decades after the impact, and therefore they will also be capable to harm the satellite with possible also very serious consequences. And in the conduct of hostilities, all reasonably foreseeable incidental harm to civilian and civilian objects must be accounted for in the application of the principle of proportionality.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for bringing this important humanitarian voice to this discussion. Let's go to the audience. So, a lady in a white over there.
Thank you for your time. My name is Margarita del Castillo, and my question is regarding this recently established Diana Defense Innovation Fund. How, in your opinion, should the new NATO Defense Innovation Fund, called Diana, prioritize and foster technological developments in order to address emerging security challenges such as the ones you have been mentioning today? Thank you.
Thank you. So, a question on Diana, and I haven't taken questions from that side. So maybe gentleman there in the middle.
Thank you for the floor and for your insightful conversation so far. I'm from the European Youth Parliament, and I have a follow-up question about the space debris, because at our recent international session in Kortrijk here in Belgium, 300 young Europeans came together to discuss, among others, space security. And one of their suggestions was to invest in the research and technology on managing and removing space debris as a really clean-up system for space. And I'm really curious what you, everyone here in the panel, thinks of this innovative idea. Thank you.
Thank you. I see a lot of interest in space debris. Very brief, very last question. So, gentlemen, there in the back, and then we wrap it up with our panelists.
Thank you. David Bukowski, coming from the Hertie School in Berlin. I'm curious about the rising quality of commercial satellite imagery. We see that there's a lot of increasing quality. We see these synthetic aperture radar capabilities. Commercial satellites are starting to have intelligence value. Ukraine receives funding to purchase private satellite imagery. I'm wondering, how do you think we can approach regulating private actors that are starting to encroach on the intelligence gathering capability of states? And if this is possibly a security threat going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Diana, we have space debris for the second time. Interesting topic indeed, and an important one, and risks of rising quality of surveillance and intelligence. So who wants to take the questions? You can take all of them,
I'll just comment on the first one and the last one on the debris. We mentioned it before. We have an issue in Europe. Actually, most of the funds we challenge into space are challenged via European Space Agency, which has one part in the treaty which says that the European Space Agency can only work on civilian applications, excluding military applications. And that's the point that Pauline touched upon. And the budgets for space are very small in Europe. I said it before, between 10 and 30 euro per capita per year. Very small for the benefits we get from space. And I will give you my examples of negotiation in the government. It may be of interest to you. I spent months on negotiating the increase of budgets for the space budget, so the space budget we give to the European Space Agency. On average, it's 400 million a year that Belgium gives to the European Space Agency. And then overnight come the 2% rule of NATO military spending, and you see your colleague and my good friend Minister for Defense who get a budget increase of 3 billion in a night. And actually that's one of the big differences between Europe and China and the US, is that actually a lot of the space budget of China, of the US, is actually being channeled through military programs. And so the questions, trying to be smart, is to say, look, we're going to try to fund as many possible dual-use programs, so programs that actually have military application and civil applications. Because it's very easy, and it links to the third question, it's very easy to use a civil satellite for military applications. I mean, the data you get from a commercial satellite can be used for military purpose quite easily. And so we see indeed, and in Belgium we were pioneers to channel military funds into program of the European Space Agency. But it raises question on what's the statute of the European Space Agency and how can we, like NASA did it a few decades ago, like the Chinese are doing, how do we evolve from a purely civilian organization to a dual-use type of organization? And it raises the question Pauline raised on, okay, then we're going to have...
No, but maybe I ask you to briefly sum up, because we run almost at the end.
To the last question, indeed, I mean, if you see the images that the Ukrainians are using are data from Starlink, and so it raises a question on the public sovereignty of these data, and so we need more and more to work and to establish collaboration protocol with those companies that are going to have better images than we can dream of, but we have to basically regulate the use of these types of data to avoid also commercial mechanism and the price of those data going up for military purpose.
Thank you, Thomas. So we have little time left, so any thoughts to wrap it up? Maybe reflecting also on the questions raised. Yeah. So Pauline and then David.
Okay, in 1 minute, less than 1 minute, then on Diana, it's a very good question. And so from a humanitarian perspective and IHL perspective, those considerations should be included from the outset, meaning that you do not develop any assets that would not respect such principles of IHL. And there is actually, because we spoke about Far West regarding law, there is no legal vacuum, and IHL will apply, international law apply, including Article 36 that obliges states to take into account international law and to develop only weapons, means and methods of warfare that would respect international law. On space debris, including how do we remove them, the best way is not to creates them. And the ICRC has shared some thoughts in the Open Ended Working Group on reducing space threats through norms, rules, and principle responsible behavior to propose not to create such space debris by limiting activity that would create them, including by, for instance, on the principle of precaution, using non-kinetic means to attack instead of kinetic means. And on the last one, do not always forget that humanitarian organizations also rely on imagery, satellites imagery, so any regulation on this respect should also include that and take that into account. Thank you.
And one last thought from David.
Yeah, we've run out of time. The one point I would make is it's worth bearing in mind, of course, that you might want to develop technology to deal with space debris. It's very important that we do, but it's worth bearing in mind the dual use aspects of this technology. For example, we look at the likes of the Russian nesting doll anti-satellite weapon, which can sort of attack a satellite from above. It's the sort of technology you could use to deal with the space debris issue, but you can end up spiraling into a situation where you've got more anti-satellite weapons that develop out of that can then make the debris issue much, much worse.
Thank you, David. Thank you to our three panelists. We run out of time. Thank you so much for your questions and for your reactions. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Uri and Friends of Europe, for that really interesting panel discussion on space security. I hope you all enjoyed that. Next on our agenda today, we are delighted to welcome Lieutenant General Lance Landrum, who is Deputy Chair of the Military Committee for NATO. Lieutenant General Landrum is a former fighter pilot and a truly transatlantic guest. He's served in both the US and Europe. He has also worked with young people before, and I've been informed that he has been a leader of youth groups and perhaps has also been a youth participant in those kinds of groups before as well. He's here to talk with us about the gray area in security, hybrid threats that the West faces. So please, let's all welcome the Lieutenant General to the stage with a big round of applause. Welcome. Thank you so much for being with us, Lieutenant General.
Kira, thank you. Thank you. And thank you to Ambassador Baba Brage and our Public Diplomacy Division, and also William and Mary for sponsoring this.
Oh, yeah. I like that shout out for William and Mary. Thank you. I was going to say, to kind of start things off, you are a bit of a hybrid yourself. We're obviously going to get into talking about hybrid threats, but let's talk about some positive hybrid experiences. I'm also a hybrid. I'm from the US, but I live in the UK, so I have that transatlantic link as well. And I went to William and Mary, so that's a strong US connection for me. But you obviously have a truly transatlantic career. And I'm wondering how being that kind of hybrid, moving between those different worlds, serves you in your current role. What has that journey looked like for you?
The journey looks like one between a mix between being a military member and also being a citizen. It also is a mix between being a US citizen and spending over 11 years in different assignments in Europe and working with our allies and our partners, to include also time over in Korea and also in the Middle East in different assignments, working again with coalitions, allies, and partners. So I think that's this mix that makes us realize that we're all in this together, that no one nation can do this alone, and that our network of our allies and partners is what coheres us and makes us strong.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense and links in with so many of the themes for today's Youth Summit as well. Of course, the thing about all things hybrid is that hybridity invites gray areas, and so there may be positive sides, but there are also dark sides. Could you tell us a little bit about what a hybrid threat is? Could we define that for the audience?
Well, I think it's hard to nail down exactly what a hybrid threat is, but I think we could nail it down into something that is non-traditional, something that has not been around for a long time. I would give it these types of characteristics. What we see in evolution over several years, not just since Russia's illegal and unjustified war in Ukraine, but over the evolution of several years, we're seeing nations, nation states, and non-state actors work in this information environment, deceiving in the information environment, getting involved in influencing populations, influencing governments. And so I think a lot of this hybrid activity we see is about influence. I think another part of the hybrid activity is a non-attribution aspect of it. In the past, in more traditional forms, the ability to attribute nefarious activities or overt attacks has been a little bit better. But now, non-state actors and state actors are finding ways to obfuscate their activities. And so these things, we see this in the Nord Stream pipeline destruction that happened several months ago. We see this in maneuvering within the electromagnetic spectrum, things like jamming and interference in the electromagnetic spectrum. We see this in space activities, very interesting panel in the last panel as far as the space activities. And so cyber is obviously a part of this as well, where this lack of attribution seems to empower state and non-state actors in this hybrid environment.
So not only is conflict playing out in all these other domains beyond the battlefield, but it's also increasingly difficult to tell who's doing what.
It is. It's increasingly difficult, and it's increasingly difficult to get a picture of it all, because there are so many things that are happening at one time in all of these different environments. The cyberspace, space as an operational domain. I mentioned the electromagnetic spectrum, the information environment. All of these things happen at once from many different actors. And so for example, like the NATO alliance, it's hard sometimes to put all this stuff together, but that's how we have come together and put together some of our plans. So for example, I think previously in your sessions, you've been talking about the new security environment that we have been evolving to over the last several years and has accelerated ever since the Russian war started with their invasion of Ukraine. And this new security environment is one of increasingly dynamic, it's increasingly dangerous, it's increasingly unpredictable. And within that environment, what we have is the risk of misunderstanding and miscalculation that can lead to unintended escalation. And these activities within the hybrid environment, particularly in the information environment that tries to influence populations, that tries to influence governments, adds to that complexity and adds to that risk. So here in NATO, in this new security environment, NATO took the decision out of Madrid last summer with a new strategic concept to refocus on collective defense. And the refocus on collective defense against two named threats that are in that strategic concept. One is Russia, and the other is terror groups. And this initiative and heads of state and government agreed concept out of Madrid last summer accelerated Allied Command Operations drafting of a family of plans that they had already been working on because we had sort of anticipated and seen this evolution coming. We have accelerated those, and we are about to adopt, for the first time in over 30 years, plans that are based on our two threats, Russia and terror groups, that cohere the alliance in a threat-informed, plans-based nature that allows us to address things like hybrid threats in a more coherent way that leverages the strengths of all of our allies and some of our partners with NATO as well.
Brilliant. Hybrid threats are something that have arguably existed throughout history, but we're seeing sort of different forms of them now. Why are hybrid threats accelerating? Why are we talking about them so much right now?
There are two reasons why I think they're accelerating. One is one that I've already mentioned. There's this non-attributional aspect to them. People are very brave when they can make an anonymous message on social media or obfuscate their IP address or their location. And so I think it's the non-attributional nature. And then the second thing is the access to the tools to work in this hybrid environment is now prolific and anybody can get into them. The cost of entry is very, very low. If we look in the decades past, the cost of entry of playing in the security environment was in the purview of the states. It took a lot of government power. It took a lot of money and resourcing power. And think about over the recent several decades, this has shifted to where it's ubiquitous. Anyone can get in this hybrid activity practically with super smart computer technology and programming technology in the cyberspace. There's really, really smart people associated with the technology associated with the electromagnetic spectrum. And then there's a lot of influencers in the information environment. So it's available to so many more people, whether they're an individual, a non-state actor, or a state actor.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned influencers. I don't typically think of influence in this way. I don't think about it as a security threat, but the way that you're talking about it is framing kind of the negative sides of influence and the power that has. What are the best ways to tackle these kinds of threats? You mentioned NATO is taking a strategic approach with a clear plan, perhaps for the first time, and that's certainly one important step toward tackling these kinds of threats. But seeing as they generally fall, I would presume, below the Article 5 threshold of threat, how do you deal with that within the NATO ecosystem?
Well, I think we need to deal with it head on. I think we need to acknowledge the challenge that's in front of us. We need to acknowledge the threat in front of us. And much like our strategic concept does, we need to double down on our principles. We need to double down on our morals and the things that bind us together as liberal, democratic, free nations. And we shouldn't be ashamed of that. We shouldn't be shy at all about continuing our work in our environment, the information environment, to pass our messages out and influence with our legitimate information about our principles, our values that offer other people in this world a choice that is different from autocracy, a choice that is different from a lack of freedom and individual liberties, something that they see as valuable and something that they see as a better option.
It's really interesting. Information being so empowering for giving people that agency, that ability to choose, to make choices. I'm wondering if we have any questions from our live studio audience here at the moment. Whoa, we've got a lot of questions. Okay, great. Let's go right here in the middle row. If you don't mind just going to the microphone so we can hear you, that would be great.
Hi, thank you so much for your intervention. My name is Thomas. I work in strategic communications, and I'm from Latvia, from the Alliance's eastern flank. And I have a question about nuclear weapons. One recent development that has caused a lot of concern in the Baltic states is this demonstrative announcement by Russia that it will deploy tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus based on Iskander missiles that would put several NATO member countries in range. NATO, of course, is not responding in a mirroring, like-for-like way. So how do you assess this development? How great of a threat is it to NATO and to Ukraine? Thanks.
So the nuclear rhetoric that we have seen, particularly since last January and February at the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, I think we should all acknowledge that this is dangerous, it's irresponsible, and it's not something that responsible nations who have nuclear weapons ought to behave. As far as some of the specific rhetoric that has happened, you asked about the moves into Belarus. NATO has offered a consistent message over decades associated with our role in nuclear deterrence. And essentially what that is, right, is while we all wish for a world without nuclear weapons, as long as nuclear weapons exist, NATO will remain a nuclear alliance, and they're the ultimate guarantee of our security and our freedom. Related to the recent rhetoric, NATO has been very calm and dispassionate and stable in our response, and that's purposeful. I think that's important for you to know. that we are not overreacting, we are not jumping to conclusion, and we look at our intelligence and our indicators that give us a better picture of what the words that we hear are compared to actions that are taken. And sometimes actions are not matching words. So we take it very seriously. However, we have seen no differences in posture that would require us to change our posture. And so the calm and stable reaction from NATO is very intentional, because we are very confident in the security of our deterrent, in the credibility of our deterrent, the readiness of our forces, and that is what we need. And then we will remain a stable player in this environment. And so we watch to see what happens associated with this rhetoric.
So I know we have a lot of questions in the room, but actually, Lieutenant General, we have a few questions coming in online as well. So I'd love to give you one from our online audience. And the question we have is, how would you rate the threat of private military companies and their impact on, for instance, the African region and Middle Eastern countries?
Yeah, I would rate it as another destabilizing influence that is one of the hybrid tactics of some of our adversarial nations around the globe. And this is just another example of obfuscating a government's role and obfuscating a government's true policy associated with this. And so I think the private military companies are a threat. I think much like the other hybrid threats that we've mentioned here, we need to face them up front. We need to openly acknowledge the challenge of them. And we need to have our own positive influence campaign that calls out this bad behavior, because many of these private military groups do not act in accordance with the principles and the values that we aspire to. The things like the Geneva Conventions, the thing like humanitarian rights, UN Security Council resolutions, et cetera. And so they maneuver in this space that is nebulous and hard to pin down. And so I think that the private military companies are part of this whole hybrid campaign. And it's something that we have to deal with continuously on a regular basis.
Interesting. Great question from online. Let's go back to in the room. I think we might have time for maybe one more question. So let's go right in the middle here. If you don't mind just going to the microphone.
Thank you very much. Ionela Ciolan from Romania. I'm a rethink Central Eastern Europe fellow at GMF, and I'm part of the Atlantic Forum community. My question is about the resilience, and how can we strengthen the resilience of our allies and partners, since we are seeing that most of these hybrid attacks are trying to weaken our democratic foundation of our societies. And I'm also wondering about the partnership between NATO and the European Union, because I know that also the European Union has these skills and capabilities to deal with resilience and building resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think your point on resilience is very, very important. We've recently instituted, approximately in the last 6 or 7 months, a resilience committee here in NATO that is taking up some of the points that you raise in your question, so thank you for that. Resilience, I think, is a big part of resisting hybrid activities and hybrid influence among our nations and among alliance as an organization. And I think it's very important that when I talked about acknowledging the challenge and acknowledging the threat up front, it's not just the NATO organization doing that. It's real, because remember, the NATO alliance is the nations. And so nations, I think, also needs to acknowledge that. And our societies are being challenged. Our people are being challenged. And when the people are challenged and society is challenged, that creates pressure and strain on a government to be able to support the citizens and deliver basic services for the citizens as well. And so the resilience of our societies, I think, is very, very important. The resilience of our continuity of government, the resilience of our communication systems the resilience of our national infrastructure, and think about things like roads, railroads, transportation networks, energy security is very, very important. And so resilience of those things is really an important factor. And NATO aspires to work closely with the European Union. The European Union has many benefits as far as their look into the European continent and their resources, and I know they have initiatives associated with this. And so on this area, we aspire to partnership closely with them.
Well, probably unknowingly, you've actually teed up a couple of things that are coming up in the agenda. Later today, we have a great panel on resilience coming up, so make sure you come back for that. And if you're online, make sure you join us. And we also are actually going to have a little bit of a competition between NATO and the EU in just a moment. So we'll get to that in a minute. But thank you so much, Lieutenant General, for joining us today. It's been a real pleasure having you here. Everybody, please give a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great. All right, next, we are going to introduce an exciting activity. We're going to change pace a little bit from the talks. We have got two online gamers, Robin Elkedi and Uldis Elksnitis. Robin and Uldis, please come on stage and join me. Hello, that's great. Wow, welcome, Robin and Uldis. It's so great to have you here. So, Uldis, Robin, gaming is about a lot more than just competing against your friends or having fun or spending time in virtual worlds, entertaining spaces, right? So in your experience, I'm wondering, what are the additional benefits of gaming?
Ooh, how much time do you have? Robin, you want to take this, or I can take this?
I'll let you
take
start
this.
as the professional
Additional
one.
benefits. To me, gaming isn't really about gaming. It's really a form of engagement and reaching out to people. How many of you have a phone with internet connection in your pocket? There's one on the ground already. Everybody, right? So all of our life really happens in the digital space, and gaming is such a huge part of that digital realm. So it's really a place where you spend so much time, so it's a great place to live, to reach out to your friends, and it's a great place to practice some of the skills that are oh so applicable in other places. I know we don't have a lot of time, but it's something that Robin and I will be talking as we do some actual gaming later on. So do follow us on Twitch, and then you have it in your little mobile app exactly where to find us, also those who are joining us remotely. So we'll talk about all that later.
Brilliant, brilliant. And Robin, I'm wondering about your experience meeting people from different countries and different nationalities through gaming. Is it a platform for doing that kind of thing in your experience?
Yeah, 100%. First of all, I'm a bit intimidated by Uldis because I think he has been practicing the game that we're going to play. So fingers crossed. But it's not a competition, right? We'll play together.
No, it's complementary.
Complementary, good one, exactly. No, so basically, gaming, of course, is a nice way to build this international community, and this is what our institutions are about as well. So you game with people of all these different nations, and they're trying to solve problems together, which is just quite exciting if you think about all of this international cooperation that is taking place in the gaming world. And that's what we're going to try to do today. Absolutely. It's a racing game, so they'll be a winner. But
oh, great! You're getting to my next question, which is, can you explain what the game is? So it's a racing game.
So as Robin mentioned, it's a racing game. Some of you might be familiar with Mario Kart. It is making a great comeback on Switch. It's not Mario Kart, but it's very similar because Mario Kart is a little proprietary. We're doing Kart Racer Drift, which is open and available for everybody, cross-platform. You can play it on your mobile device, you can play it on your PC, on your Mac, on your Xbox, on whatever platform you choose. That's part of the ways why we wanted to do this, to really show that gaming can be a place and a thing for everybody, regardless of your age, of your gender, of your nationality, of your geographic location, or the device of preference. So we're going to do a little bit of racing, as Robin said. There will be a winner. But I think interinstitutional cooperation will be the true winner today.
That's the true winner.
Wonderful. Well, Robin and Uldis are going to start gaming during lunch, which is right around the corner, I promise. And you can follow their score on the Twitch link that will come to you in the app. So again, make sure you've got that app downloaded. If you don't, you can get to it via the link in your registration email. That link is going to come to you under the announcements function in the app, so you'll get it as a push notification. And for those of you who are here with us in Brussels today, you can also watch the game during our networking lunch over in the networking space. This is all going to be good fun, as we said, and I do encourage those from NATO and the EU to support their side. So thank you so much, Robin and Uldis, for coming on and explaining that to us today. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, we are sticking with the gaming theme for a moment because in our next session, you are all going to be invited to play a disinformation game that will challenge you to go viral by using some key disinformation techniques like employing emotive language, tapping into wedge issues, and leveraging victimization narratives. So in a moment, the designer of the game will talk you through how they came up with it and also the kinds of impacts that it's had. So please, let's welcome Ruud Oosterwoud to the stage from the Drog Group. You're welcome.
I realize that I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch. So I'm gonna need your full participation as well. So I wanna rally you a little bit. So I thought maybe you can start with saying, "Get lost, Ruud." So that's what you're gonna say, okay? In 1, 2, 3. Get lost, Ruud. Okay, and now a little bit louder. 1, 2, 3. Get lost, Ruud. Thanks. And add a little boo. Okay. So we're gonna play this game, and you're gonna give the answers. So when we click, the technique will actually click whatever it is that you shout the loudest. So I really need your every breath in you that needs to shout the right answer. So let's click start. I'll give you that one for free. So we're gonna start level 1, the fearmongerer. So welcome to Go Viral. In the next 5 minutes, you'll learn about COVID-19, which is, of course, it's not there anymore, we know. But the techniques used in this game are still all over the place. So what shall we answer? In 1, 2, 3. I can't hear you. 1, 2, 3. Happy to be here. Click. Okay. Beware of misinformation designed to trick you. Why not walk in a mile in the shoes of a manipulator, thank you, to get to know the tactics from the inside. So, 1, 2, 3. I'm down with that. Okay, cool. So, this is actually part of a scientific study, but we're not going to do that. So we can click, nah, just take me to the game, because otherwise it will take some while. But we actually found out that playing this game will increase your resilience against disinformation techniques with about 20%. So Cambridge studies, all peer-reviewed, etc., real. So sweet. As a manipulator, your job is to maximize your likes and credibility by choosing the most manipulative options. See if you can beat other players' high scores. So we're going to compete against the rest of the world, if you understand. So we're going to pick an avatar. Pick an avatar. Do you want to be Joel? I like big books and I cannot lie. Is this me? No? No, not this one. Not this one. Okay. What do we have next? Miriam, thou shalt not tag me. Are we this? No? Okay, not this one. Noah, need an ark? I know a guy. Yes, this is me. Okay. So going viral is easier said than done. There's a reason why your crazy Uncle Bob isn't an influencer. Some tactics work better than others. So let's try it out. Let's post something on social media. So are we going to go with social distancing? I'd rather be social distancing. Nah, not this one. Wonder how many COVID divorces will come out of this. No, not this one. Oh, okay. How I need a quarantini or 5. Yeah, okay, let's go with this. Let's see what happens. Okay, we have 2 likes. There wasn't really influence of fame. Maybe let's see what some other people are saying. So check out some other posts. So my dog has gone missing, says Julia. Ignore, ignore, ignore. Jeremy has a new profile picture. Let's keep scrolling, keep scrolling. Hello, everyone. Fun fact of the day, the blue whale is the largest animal that ever lived in Earth's history. Okay, reply, you are fake news. It's actually true, but okay. Nothing's really happening. Distinguishing fact from fiction on social media can be hard, aside from fact check. Okay, so we made it for the WHO. So there's some really, well, not that aggressive posts in there as well. But let's go back to the feed. Yeah. So here's something. Big pharma-owned company destroys precious rainforest to fund its multiply toilet paper monopoly. Now, here's something we might be able to work with, right? If we want to get some aggressive feedback. What do we do? Search. Yes, click. So, my dad tells me that due to COVID panic stockpiling, toilet paper now accounts for 30% of deforestation. Check out more posts. This story is interesting, but let's not jump to conclusions. Toilet paper versus nature. More? Find more posts. Toilet paper company pretends to be eco-friendly while single-handedly endangering hundreds of animals. Sign my petition now. They sound fun, right? That's the proper audience that we need. Okay. So everybody's talking about toilet paper now. So we have a filter bubble. A what bubble? Click it. Let's go. Continue, continue. Yeah, a filter bubble is something like your own little world. Yeah, we all know. That explains the ads. I'm shocked. Click one, whatever you like. Click I'm shocked. Did you also notice that the posts with the most likes all tap into negative emotions? So here's the... Okay, now, you probably all know, right? Really, Sherlock? Yeah? Now, let's turn our turn to weigh in. Remember, outrage means engagement. So choose 3 of those words. So which one are we going to choose? You get to pick 3 of them. Alarming, yeah. Hugely concerning. Hugely concerning, yes, and terrifying. And click next. So, we combine these and let's post something online. Let's see what happens. So, hugely concerning, says Noah. Terrifying. Toilet paper shortage looming. Big pharma's alarming rainforest behavior to toilet paper. Okay, shall we post this one? Yeah, post it. Okay, we get a bunch of people that seem to think we're trustworthy. Let's check out the meters. We have 1,000 likes already. So what do? We brag to friends, yes. Drop the mixtape. Okay, we got a personal message. Let's check out the message. Hi, Noah. Sorry to message you unannounced, but what you wrote really resonated with me. Would you like to join our online group of truth tellers? Not afraid. Yeah? Sure thing? Sure thing. Hello, everyone. I'd like to introduce Noah. He wrote that something amazing about toilet paper shortage. So awesome, sweet. Thanks, Fred. Yeah, click sweet. Thanks. Thanks. Sweet. Doesn't matter. All ends to... You've joined Not Afraid group and are one of its rising stars. And all you did was spice up some emotional, but it's all for the greater good, right? It's all for the greater good. So we learned emotion. And the fun thing is, there's 2 chapters that are way more interesting than the emotional chapter, but that we don't have time anymore. So I invite you all to go to goviralgame.com to play for yourselves and see if you can beat the high score. Because there's other techniques involved. We also have some other games called Bad News, where you can do 6 chapters of trying to destroy the world using disinformation. But as a company, we also try to do something positive. So we're actually now looking at how we can use GPT to create responses to disinformation. And most of the times, people talk about facts, but we all know that facts most of the times are really boring. So how can we make facts more persuasive? And my question to you is, if you can come up with the person that you would trust most, if he tells you a fact, it can be Spider-Man, it can be Alex Jones, it can be anybody you like, drop that name into our Discord server, go to drog.group, you can follow us, you can join our Discord server. Give us any person that you think would be most persuasive in telling facts, and we'll give you a prize. Thanks, everybody. And have a nice lunch.
Wow, that was fun. Oh my gosh, I'm sad I missed it. I was off stage. What a great introduction to how disinformation works online, which of course is the first step to tackling it. It's up to each and every one of us to increase our information awareness in order to stop disinformation. And as we're into gaming, I will also invite you to check out NATO's first augmented reality effect on Instagram called Protect the City. Find the filter on NATO's Instagram account or in the link in the Summit app, which should be under NATO AR Game. For participants who are here in the room with me, you can also play by scanning the QR code on the screens in the networking space during lunch. You get to wear your virtual pilot's helmet and help protect a city in distress, pick up water and medical supplies, and avoid obstacles as you fly. Don't forget to share your highest score on Instagram, and of course, challenge your friends by tagging them. Just a little friendly competition. Okay, after all that gaming and all those wonderful talks and panels, we are about to take a lunch break here in Brussels. And I hope that those of you watching online at home can also enjoy some downtime and get a bite to eat. Please do come back after lunch because we have a really great lineup of speakers and topics. We'll be talking about climate change, resilience, and disinformation. And we'll also be speaking to the President of the Czech Republic and the Secretary General of NATO. So you definitely don't want to miss this. Join us back here at 1 p.m. to start the next session. Thank you all.
No one knows what happens next, what the future holds,
which events will shape us,
and which will test our resolve.
Times have changed, you see.
People too.
We need to stick together if we're going to make it through. Sticking together means an alliance of minds and hearts, a collection of individuals greater than the sum of its parts.
People of all different kinds, with different sets of skills that come together and align. Because freedom is what matters.
It is why we must stand tall, and it's why we always tell them,
All for one, and one for all.
We need you to be builders. All are architects of fate, working in these walls of time, some with massive deeds and great, some with ornaments of rhyme. Nothing useless is or low, each thing in its place is best, and what seems but idle show strengthens and supports the rest. For the structure that we raise, time is with materials filled. Our todays and yesterdays are the blocks with which we build. Truly shape and fashion these, leave no yawning gaps between. Think not because no one sees that such things shall remain unseen. In the elder days of art, builders wrought with greatest care each minute and unseen part, for the gods see everywhere. Let us do our work as well, both the unseen and the seen, make the house where gods may dwell, beautiful, entire, and clean. Lest our lives are incomplete, standing in these walls of time, broken stairways where the feet stumble as they seek to climb. Build today then strong and sure on a firm and ample base, and ascending and secure shall tomorrow find its place. Thus alone can we attain to those turrets where the eye sees the world as one vast plain and one boundless reach of sky. Classmates, said William and Mary in Virginia, all of us here who love you already, call on you to be magnificent builders.
We will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will not back down.
When I came here, everyone was accepting. And so being a veteran, I haven't ever been in a position where I've been afraid to tell someone I'm a veteran because I'm proud to be one.
Every time I tell a teacher I was in the military, they're actually more wanting to talk to you and they're more willing to go out of their way to say hi because they want to know who you are.
William and Mary was founded in the cradle of democracy in the United States, and this is still one of the most populous regions for the military in the country. Our tradition of military service predates the Declaration of Independence. Our first American chancellor was General George Washington. Our current chancellor is Secretary Robert M. Gates. So commitments to service run deep at William and Mary, and they're an important part of our future.
As William and Mary prepares to move forward in the future and with new initiatives, that the perspective that veterans bring and the diverse experiences that they've had and their leadership experiences will prove a big asset in terms of helping the campus move forward.
I did 4 years in the United States Marine Corps. I was a machine gunner, also a foreign security force advisor. I was also a marksman instructor.
I served in the Navy for 5 years. While I was a Master at Arms. For other branches, it's known as a military police.
Student veterans were there for us when we needed them the most, and now we have an opportunity to be there for them when they need us as they transition to a new environment.
My biggest challenge has been trying to get back into a student life. The college has a lot of programs here, such as the Writing Resource Center is one huge one that I utilize, and also the Office of Student Veterans Engagement has helped me in a lot of ways.
So the mission and goal for this office is to make sure that every student veteran has everything that he or she needs to have success at William & Mary. Well, we want to establish points of contact in offices across campus so that we can make their transition as smooth as possible and make sure they can achieve as much as they want to while they're here.
I think the best way that's helped me on campus is connecting me to all of the support apparatus on campus. So the Office of Student Accessibility, the Cohen Career Center.
We're able to get resources and, how to use, like the GI Bill was a huge thing when starting school. I feel like it's very important for the college to help the people transitioning from a military lifestyle into a student lifestyle. You know, just 30 minutes down the road, we have Navy Station Norfolk, the biggest Navy base in the world, you know, and then we have Portsmouth. We have about 7 other military bases. So it's extremely important, you know, in Williamsburg to have, in the college especially, to have a veterans program.
So my hope for this office is for William and Mary to be the #1 choice for every student veteran who separates in Virginia and beyond, for them to want to come to William and Mary, and for us to be able to give them the information to be able to make that choice and to eventually come here. So we really hit the ground running when we started. Last year, we've stood up lots of programs that are currently serving the students. But they have lots of great ideas going forward, and what we want to do going forward is things like travel and really contribute to the research on student veterans around the country to make sure that other institutions know about the great work that we're doing and that we can learn from some of the great things that are happening across the country in serving student veterans.
Among our most important values are belonging and service. The Office for Student Veteran Engagement brings them both together. We're committed to being a national model.
При этом в наши планы не входит оккупация украинских территорий. Мы никому и ничего не собираемся навязывать силой.
No one knows what happens next, what the future holds,
which events will shape us,
and which will test our resolve.
Times have changed, you see.
People too.
We need to stick together if we're going to make it through. Sticking together means an alliance of minds and hearts, a collection of individuals greater than the sum of its parts.
People of all different kinds, with different sets of skills that come together and align. Because freedom is what matters.
It is why we must stand tall, and it's why we always tell them,
all for one, and one for all.
We need you to be builders. All are architects of fate, working in these walls of time, some with massive deeds and great, some with ornaments of rhyme. Nothing useless is or low, each thing in its place is best, and what seems but idle show strengthens and supports the rest. For the structure that we raise, time is with materials filled. Our todays and yesterdays are the blocks with which we build. Truly shape and fashion these, leave no yawning gaps between. Think not because no one sees that such things shall remain unseen. In the elder days of art, builders wrought with greatest care each minute and unseen part, for the gods see everywhere. Let us do our work as well, both the unseen and the seen, make the house where gods may dwell, beautiful, entire, and clean. Lest our lives are incomplete, standing in these walls of time, broken stairways where the feet stumble as they seek to climb. Build today then strong and sure on a firm and ample base, and ascending and secure shall tomorrow find its place. Thus alone can we attain to those turrets where the eye sees the world as one vast plain and one boundless reach of sky. Classmates, said William and Mary in Virginia, all of us here who love you already, call on you to be magnificent builders.
will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will not back down.
When I came here, everyone was accepting. And so being a veteran, I haven't ever been in a position where I've been afraid to tell someone I'm a veteran because I'm proud to be one.
Every time I tell a teacher I was in the military, they're actually more wanting to talk to you and they're more willing to go out of their way to say hi because they want to know who you are.
William and Mary was founded in the cradle of democracy in the United States, and this is still one of the most populous regions for the military in the country. Our tradition of military service predates the Declaration of Independence. Our first American chancellor was General George Washington. Our current chancellor is Secretary Robert M. Gates. So commitments to service run deep at William and Mary, and they're an important part of our future.
As William and Mary prepares to move forward in the future and with new initiatives, that the perspective that veterans bring and the diverse experiences that they've had and their leadership experiences will prove a big asset in terms of helping the campus move forward.
I did 4 years in the United States Marine Corps. I was a machine gunner, also a foreign security force advisor. I was also a marksman instructor.
I served in the Navy for 5 years. While I was a Master at Arms. For other branches, it's known as a military police.
Student veterans were there for us when we needed them the most, and now we have an opportunity to be there for them when they need us as they transition to a new environment.
My biggest challenge has been trying to get back into a student life. The college has a lot of programs here, such as the Writing Resource Center is one huge one that I utilize, and also the Office of Student Veterans Engagement has helped me in a lot of ways.
So the mission and goal for this office is to make sure that every student veteran has everything that he or she needs to have success at William and Mary. Well, we want to establish points of contact in offices across campus so that we can make their transition as smooth as possible and make sure they can achieve as much as they want to while they're here.
I think the best way that's helped me on a campus is connecting me to all of the support apparatus on campus. So the Office of Student Accessibility, the Cohen Career Center.
We're able to get resources and, how to use, like the GI Bill was a huge thing when starting school. I feel like it's very important for the college to help the people transitioning from a military lifestyle into a student lifestyle. You know, just 30 minutes down the road, we have Navy Station Norfolk, the biggest Navy base in the world, you know, and then we have Portsmouth. We have about 7 other military bases. So it's extremely important, you know, in Williamsburg to have, in the college especially, to have a veterans program.
So my hope for this office is for William & Mary to be the #1 choice for every student veteran who separates in Virginia and beyond, for them to want to come to William & Mary, and for us to be able to give them the information to be able to make that choice and to eventually come here. So we really hit the ground running when we started last year. We've stood up lots of programs that are currently serving the students. But they have lots of great ideas going forward, and what we want to do going forward is things like travel and really contribute to the research on student veterans around the country to make sure that other institutions know about the great work that we're doing and that we can learn from some of the great things that are happening across the country in serving student veterans.
Among our most important values are belonging and service. The Office for Student Veteran Engagement brings them both together. We're committed to being a national model.
При этом в наши планы не входит оккупация украинских территорий. Мы никому и ничего не собираемся навязывать силой.
No one knows what happens next, what the future holds,
which events will shape us,
and which will test our resolve.
Times have changed, you see.
People too.
We need to stick together if we're going to make it through. Sticking together means an alliance of minds and hearts, a collection of individuals greater than the sum of its parts.
People of all different kinds, with different sets of skills that come together and align. Because freedom is what matters.
It is why we must stand tall, and it's why we always tell them,
all for one, and one for all.
We need you to be builders. All are architects of fate, working in these walls of time, some with massive deeds and great, some with ornaments of rhyme. Nothing useless is or low, each thing in its place is best, and what seems but idle show strengthens and supports the rest. For the structure that we raise, time is with materials filled. Our todays and yesterdays are the blocks with which we build. Truly shape and fashion these. Leave no yawning gaps between. Think not because no one sees that such things shall remain unseen. In the elder days of art, builders wrought with greatest care each minute and unseen part, for the gods see everywhere. Let us do our work as well, both the unseen and the seen. Make the house where gods may dwell beautiful, entire, and clean. Lest our lives are incomplete, standing in these walls of time, broken stairways where the feet stumble as they seek to climb. Build today then strong and sure on a firm and ample base, and ascending and secure shall tomorrow find its place. Thus alone can we attain to those turrets where the eye sees the world as one vast plain and one boundless reach of sky. Classmates at William and Mary in Virginia, all of us here who love you already, call on you to be magnificent builders.
We will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will not back down.
When I came here, everyone was accepting. And so being a veteran, I haven't ever been in a position where I've been afraid to tell someone I'm a veteran because I'm proud to be one.
Every time I tell a teacher I was in the military, they're actually more wanting to talk to you and they're more willing to go out of their way to say hi because they want to know who you are.
William and Mary was founded in the cradle of democracy in the United States, and this is still one of the most populous regions for the military in the country. Our tradition of military service predates the Declaration of Independence. Our first American chancellor was General George Washington. Our current chancellor is Secretary Robert M. Gates. So commitments to service run deep at William and Mary, and they're an important part of our future.
As William and Mary prepares to move forward in the future and with new initiatives, that the perspective that veterans bring and the diverse experiences that they've had and their leadership experiences will prove a big asset in terms of helping the campus move forward.
I did 4 years in the United States Marine Corps. I was a machine gunner, also a foreign security force advisor. I was also a marksman instructor.
I served in the Navy for 5 years. While I was a Master at Arms. For other branches, it's known as a military police.
Student veterans were there for us when we needed them the most, and now we have an opportunity to be there for them when they need us as they transition to a new environment.
My biggest challenge has been trying to get back into a student life. The college has a lot of programs here, such as the Writing Resource Center is one huge one that I utilize, and also the Office of Student Veterans Engagement has helped me in a lot of ways.
So the mission and goal for this office is to make sure that every student veteran has everything that he or she needs to have success at William and Mary. Well, we want to establish points of contact in offices across campus so that we can make their transition as smooth as possible and make sure they can achieve as much as they want to while they're here.
I think the best way that's helped me on campus is connecting me to all of the support apparatus on campus. So the Office of Student Accessibility, the Cohen Career Center.
We're able to get resources and, how to use, like the GI Bill was a huge thing when starting school. I feel like it's very important for the college to help the people transitioning from a military lifestyle into a student lifestyle. You know, just 30 minutes down the road, we have Navy Station Norfolk, the biggest Navy base in the world, you know, and then we have Portsmouth. We have about 7 other military bases. So it's extremely important, you know, in Williamsburg to have, in the college especially, to have a veterans program.
So my hope for this office is for William & Mary to be the #1 choice for every student veteran who separates in Virginia and beyond, for them to want to come to William & Mary, and for us to be able to give them the information to be able to make that choice and to eventually come here. So we really hit the ground running when we started. Last year, we've stood up lots of programs that are currently serving the students. But they have lots of great ideas going forward, and what we want to do going forward is things like travel and really contribute to the research on student veterans around the country to make sure that other institutions know about the great work that we're doing, and that we can learn from some of the great things that are happening across the country in serving student veterans.
Among our most important values are belonging and service. The Office for Student Veteran Engagement brings them both together. We're committed to being a national model.
При этом в наши планы не входит оккупация украинских территорий. Мы никому и ничего не собираемся навязывать силой.
No one knows what happens next, what the future holds,
which events will shape us,
and which will test our resolve.
Times have changed, you see.
People too.
We need to stick together if we're going to make it through. Sticking together means an alliance of minds and hearts, a collection of individuals greater than the sum of its parts.
People of all different kinds, with different sets of skills that come together and align. Because freedom is what matters.
It is why we must stand tall, and it's why we always tell them,
all for one and one for all.
We need you to be builders. All are architects of fate, working in these walls of time, some with massive deeds and great, some with ornaments of rhyme. Nothing useless is or low, each thing in its place is best, and what seems but idle show strengthens and supports the rest. For the structure that we raise, time is with materials filled. Our todays and yesterdays are the blocks with which we build. Truly shape and fashion these, leave no yawning gaps between. Think not because no one sees that such things shall remain unseen. In the elder days of art, builders wrought with greatest care each minute and unseen part, for the gods see everywhere. Let us do our work as well, both the unseen and the seen, make the house where gods may dwell, beautiful, entire, and clean. Lest our lives are incomplete, standing in these walls of time, broken stairways where the feet stumble as they seek to climb. Build today then strong and sure on a firm and ample base, and ascending and secure shall tomorrow find its place. Thus alone can we attain to those turrets where the eye sees the world as one vast plain and one boundless reach of sky. Classmates, said William and Mary in Virginia, all of us here who love you already, call on you to be magnificent builders.
Welcome back. I hope that you all had a great lunch break. Maybe you got to check out the NATO EU game. Who's winning there? Maybe you got to network with one another a little bit or reflect on the presentations and speakers that we've heard so far. We have a very engaging afternoon session in store for you, starting with some compelling personal stories about the fight against climate change. Climate change is not just a threat to humans and life on Earth. It's a threat multiplier, which means it has the potential to exacerbate other threats and drivers of instability, contributing to greater security risks. In other words, climate change can make a bad situation worse through things like drought, desertification, famine, and more. NATO has put tackling the security effects of climate change at the heart of its forward-looking agenda, because young people today are set to suffer more from climate change effects than any previous generation. We also know that, as in war, women and children are disproportionately more affected and bear the brunt of the negative impacts of climate change. But unlike many security threats, this one is truly global, and it will require more cooperation and collaboration than confrontation. So it's now my pleasure to hand the stage over to our moderator for the next session, Matthew Pye, who is the founder of the Climate Academy. Matthew will also introduce the panelists for this session. So please give a round of applause for Matthew.
Okay, welcome everybody. Actually, normally on a Monday, I'm just over the road in the European school teaching philosophy. So this is sitting down in chairs and hosting things and doing dialogues and question and answers is not such a strange experience. I have with me Adelaide and Romina, and they'll do short introductions in a moment. I just want to introduce the topic, and that is how climate change impacted my life, their life, and of course our own. We'll have questions through from the online people and also here in the room, just like in the other sessions. So, first of all, Adelaide, could you introduce yourself and tell us how climate impacted you?
Yes, hi everyone, it's great to be here. I'm Adelaide, I'm a 22-year-old climate and human rights activist from Belgium. And clearly the climate emergency has changed my life. I've always known that we were facing climate change, but I mean, so what? I'm a student, I'm in schools, probably the adults are handling it because obviously my job as a student is just to do my homework. But I quickly realized that it was much deeper than what I heard, that actually I was not getting that much information at school. And thanks to amazing figures such as Greta and many others that started using new tools like social medias, I was able to get a deeper understanding and most importantly, not only an understanding of what climate emergency is, but what you can actually do about it when you are just a student, when you are so young and you don't necessarily have a special role in society, but you still have a responsibility. And I think since then, and that was like 5 years ago, my life completely changed because my priority didn't become my homework anymore, but became the activism, became the idea of being an engaged citizen. And at that moment, it didn't mean going to school, it meant going striking, to call out to leaders, to my parents, to adults on the fact that we are not handling this crisis. And so since the past 5 years, and since I realized the emergency of climate change, my life has completely changed because my priorities have completely changed, and I decided to become an engaged citizen.
Fantastic. And Romina?
Okay, so my name is Ramina Paulette. I am a climate activist, a 17-year-old environmentalist from all the way Kenya. And I think really when people speak about climate change, it really touches my heart because I'm one of the climate migrants that managed to survive an ordeal floods during years back when I was 5 years old in Fangano Island. We had to leave the island to go to the other land, the mainland, which is really far away from the place that I used to call home. So whenever I speak about the thing that happened, you know, it's really in touch with realities. It is happening in most of these African countries in this continent and even in Asia. So with me, when people say that the climate crisis is a joke, I don't take it as a joke because I live in it. I suffer the impacts of the climate crisis. That's why I said I need to change this. It doesn't matter even if I haven't learned about it. It matters that I have to take action because it's happening in my home, in my country. And how will this really impact the societies? I mean, with the Lake Victoria community, we've suffered a lot, but there's no attention that is being paid for the lakes. All people think about the oceans, but don't really remember about the lake. You know, there are many people, even in Lake Victoria, we have more than 30 million people across East African region that depends on it for an economic revenue at the same time as a way of connecting with culture. As I am the girl from the lake, Lake Victoria, a place where people really connected to the roots of the Luo culture, where we fish for a living, we swim in the lake, but right now, because of the climate crisis, we cannot leave that possibly doing the same thing that we used to do. Like my younger brother, he doesn't know the struggles that we went through. What he doesn't know is that the lake holds a greater impact to our own society, has a good history for us. But now, because of the climate catastrophe, we cannot engage in such activities, which is really sad.
So I think you speak very powerfully, and the fact is that you represent here the actual material impact in the present of it. And when you're 5 years old, you were made a refugee, and there was a loss then of your ancestry, of your culture. Maybe you're talking around Christmas time about certain fish which are no longer available. And so we have on stage here with these two women the material current present impact. And the funny thing, and this is the paradox of climate change, is that the reality of it, in a way, is so abstract. So as a philosophy teacher, I'm always, in a way, navigating between these two things, between the highly abstract and the ideals or the ideas, and the actual material experience. So I think what I want to say as a teacher here is that the reason for myself, what I've been doing for the last, as this is my short introduction, I found out about the climate crisis by chance. I just went to a talk by a famous cultural figure, Michael Wadley, in 2011, and I thought I was green. I thought I kind of knew the basics about what the environment was, but it just hit me like a brick. I just was so shocked, first of all, by the data, and I'll come to that in a second, but then by the fact that I only found it out by chance. So as a teacher in a school, for me to find out that material late in my career, in a way, you know, you kind of think of yourself as relatively cultured as a philosophy teacher in a European school sort of thing, to be so, in a way, humiliated by the data, that was the first shock. But then the second shock was, well, what about everybody else? What about all the children that I'm teaching? What about all students across the world? And education is failing on climate, like seriously failing. So that's why I started the Climate Academy, which we'll get to later. So just as a little image, I have, I don't know if I push. Yeah, so this is a sculpture which I saw 30 years ago in Durham, and it looks a little bit like a children's playground. It's just maybe missing some slides and some ropes or something. And I had no clue what it was, but as you approach it, you start to notice that there's, and you can see it now, there are different etchings and carvings on the wood. These are elm trees, and of course, Dutch elm's disease, it killed lots of trees. Now, if we go one slide further, you see what happens, that you have to sit in one tree, and then suddenly all those trees come together. So we just go back one slide. If you go back to that, that's what climate change looks like in most schools. It just looks like a random collection of facts and figures, bits and pieces, with no synergy, no kind of coherence. They do a bit in geography, a bit in biology, and so on, but they don't have a systemic understanding of the problem. And the job, I think, of Adeli, Ramina, is to bring consciousness to people so that they can see that this is a deeply systemic thing. And if we just go back to the second image, we need to show people how things fit together. How does this all link up? And we need to give it like a systems view. And I'll just give one example of that as a teacher. And that is if we think about body temperature. When schools teach about climate change and temperature, they normally talk like an extra 2 degrees. What does that mean? Well, today it will be even nicer maybe to have an extra 2 degrees. And we have a kind of a material, tactile experience of the world. But if you think about 2 degrees at a systems level, it's entirely different. So my body, if I had a fever today and I had an internal body temperature which was raised by 2 degrees, I would not be here. I would be home feeling sorry for myself. I'd feel lethargic. I would have no energy whatsoever. And that's because my biosystem functions perfectly at 37. Now, 4 degrees, which is what we're almost heading towards by the end of the century on current pathways, that's technically known as hyperpyrexia, and that's death in 24 hours. So when you take temperature, instead of thinking about it as an individual event, and you start to think systemically, then you start to see that this is a very, very serious fundamental problem, and we're facing the breakdown of major global organs, be that the Amazon rainforest, be that Lake Victoria, or whatever. And we're heading towards a full systems collapse. So to be confronted by that truth for myself in 2011 and be amongst students the day after who basically were clueless about the whole situation, apart from ideas of recycling and plastic waste and so on and so on, that was a major existential shock for myself. So that's what, I suppose, what combines the three of us, although I'm an older generation, in a way, through activism and through our projects, we're trying to bring people to sit in this seat, this one place where you see where the synergies are. So that's, in a way, what this session, I think, is about trying to bring things, our consciousness, our awareness of things into sharp focus. So there were challenges in that. So maybe, Ramina, could you talk about the challenges of when you try to communicate these things, these impacts, what did you come up against?
Pardon?
When you try to communicate about the climate crisis or about the crisis in Lake Victoria, what issues, what conflicts did you have to overcome? What barriers?
I mean, from the Lake Victoria community, a lot of us really consider ourselves as people who are warriors, we are fighters. So we don't really take into consideration about giving up for the fight for a better planet. Because you know what my grandmother used to tell me was like when she was walking along the road, in the past she used to see sitatunga, that is the impalas. But nowadays you can rarely even see one. And I used to enjoy as a kid looking at the fish jumping outside the lake into the water and all that. But right now it's more of just a history. It's not there. It's no longer there. And I really think communication is really key, most especially using online advocacy, online platforms where you could channel in different informations about the ecosystems, how they're being affected, by the climate crisis and also by pollution. Like, for instance, what you're doing in Lake Victoria is basically what's needed to be done for the water ecosystems. For example, cleanups for the pollution, reducing pollution in the Lake Victoria, creating sustainability, innovative type of way that we could be able to integrate climate action and economy. Like, for example, if you may please rise like the products that are next to you. So these are some of the products that we make, the hyacinth, that we're trying to bring into the communities to use the invasive species, that is water hyacinth. We've tried creating more employment for the youths and women. The reason as to why we're targeting women is because of, since there's the effects of the climate change and also the decline in fish because of pollution, water hyacinth, they have been subjected into things such as selling their own body for fish. You can imagine as a woman degrading your own self just to get fish at the end of the day for your family. And it's so depressing, and you can imagine what even the young girls face. They have to sell their body to get even, let's say, food and money, and that's not how we're trying to elevate the females. So we're trying to create a possible way that they could have an alternative towards even getting money at the end of the time. Like using these products for hyacinth to make other things and getting a revenue is one of the sources of making an innovative and eco-friendly way of living. For us, hyacinth is a big problem. It chokes the fish, it blocks the water transport systems, and it's really a huge menace right now, since because of the high temperatures, it's really growing. And for us as a society, we really believe that we can usually use our own waste to make something out of it. I normally speak at these conferences, but when I get back home, like there's nothing to eat, there's nothing to really take me to school. And it's so sad that most of us climate activists from the MAPA regions, which is the global south, we get to have our voices to be represented in such high conferences. But when you go back home, you cannot even take 3 meals in a day, you know, as a normal human being. We cannot even afford going to school. Like right now, it's been 1 year since I went to high school. So if you're speaking about elevating climate education, then it's not necessarily there. We've had inflation in our country. We were lied to about in the manifesto that the highest standards of living won't be there and everything will be affordable. But right now, it's such a bummer, you know, giving on this trust to the leaders, calling upon them to change, but yet they don't make any differences. And with us as people from the MAPA, we really feel like our voices are being depleted. We might come to such high-level discussions, speak about the youth representation, speak about the regions that have struggling economies and how we can elevate them, enhance more projects such as technology, but yet after that, there's nothing being done. Like, I remember you speaking about COP27 and we had a discussion, and it was so sad that people, especially the youths, they came to the Children Youth Pavilion, which is the first ever Children Youth Pavilion, and they were just sitting, no engagement. Some didn't even take food. Some didn't even have money to return back to their houses, you know, from the conference. So whenever we speak about having youth representation, we should also look at how diverse it is. What is next? What's the next steps? Having policy to be implemented, and even having more societies to come up and elevate the local grassroots initiatives. Like when you speak about actions, normally people speak about the international way, you know, having policies, drafting interventions, having high-level discussions, but don't look at what the local grassroots are doing. So if we could try, like each and every one of you, to even donate $2 or even €2 to the people from the communities who are doing cleanups, it would really elevate a lot of people. And poverty will not be there, will not be crying. There's poverty, there's existential unemployment rates. Many youths will come up, even the older people, and they'll say that, oh, if protecting the planet will make me to survive and have, like, you know, money to take my kid to the school, then why not do it? So it's something that is really revolutionary. And I really recommend us all coming together, promoting intersectionality, because it's really important. Let not our regions define who we are.
And I think on the sofa we have, if we just peel it down into basic facts, Belgium needs to cut its emissions by 20% per year from now in order to avoid 2 degrees warming. 1.5 is already cooked. So Belgium needs to do that level of radical change, and these numbers which I give you come from Cut X%. It's a website which is endorsed by the world's most eminent scientists. And Kenya, by contrast, is 1%. So there's a global imbalance in terms of emissions and in terms of those who consume and those who suffer. And just to zoom in on one angle that you've just raised, is that not only are those who are emitting the least suffering the most, but there's a gender thing going on as well. Like, you know, Ramin, you've just explained how it is to be made a climate refugee and to be displaced. Well, women, when they're displaced and have to fight to survive, it's much tougher. So there's that, and so maybe you can add to that.
I want to come in the idea of the responsibility that we would have more as, if we can frame it towards global north, towards activists and people from MAPA, which are most affected people and areas. The reason why I think we actually have a bigger responsibility to stand up, to mobilize, to organize, is because of our historical responsibility of obviously the way we have decided to develop has emitted way more CO2, has contributed massively to climate change. We have gone and taken resources from different countries who are now suffering from climate change. That brings us a historical responsibility. And then today, still, more privileged people with a higher economical income, will release more emissions. So obviously, we don't have the same responsibility, not only as individuals, but also as states. So that means that here in Belgium, in the EU, in the West in general, we have this responsibility that forces us to organize ourselves, to then react faster to first reducing, of course, the source of climate change, which is reducing the emissions, but also looking at our history and what that means. And that comes in conversation, negotiations, also at COPs, for example, but we have to go much further. And in order to make sure that we are actually, for example, aligned to the Paris Agreement and that we are actually aligning to the standards that are needed for people who are living the consequences of climate change, we have to listen to people like Rabana. We have to listen to you. We have to listen to these activists and these people because they are the ones who know. And so I think our role here as a global movement, because we are part of a global young climate movement, is that here in the West, we make sure to pass the message that needs to be passed from MAPA activists. And we make sure that this message is passed here because most of the demands actually have to be implemented in the West, because of that responsibility. And so this collaboration, this coordination that we have created in young movements, this is what is expected from the international community, because this is what is needed if we really want to face it. And then that means that concretely, on the ground, it's in these countries that we have to be perfect. And right now we're not. I'm listening to Macron, Alexander De Croo, our leaders who are asking for a break on climate regulations. This is really a joke because it's about people's life. It's really about people's life. And maybe it's it's something that looks like far away for us because we are slowly starting to see some consequences. But we have to remember that it is a privilege to not see the consequences of climate change. It's a privilege to talk about climate change in the future tense. And I think we have to always, every day, remember that privilege. And that's when I realized that I had this privilege, it forced me to become an activist.
And let's have some questions from the audience, if there are any. In a way, yes, thank you. Do you want to come to the... In a way, it's a bit disproportionate in that we're just talking here about the problems and we haven't done solutions yet. But I think that's, in a way, the state that we're in. We're still having to talk about the systemic threat, but yeah.
Thank you so much for both of your participation. Romina, the points that you brought up in regard to women being disproportionately affected by climate change is something that's so, so important. My main question is around data collection for climate change. Unfortunately, sometimes it's quite difficult to measure impact, and really for us to make a change, we have to make sure that policymakers and people like us in the room have the correct type of data to be able to make informed decisions. So do you have any opinion on impact measurement for climate change, or even are there any data points that you feel like you haven't been able to share yet? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. If I can put X% back on the table, you can Google it. In fact, Jasper, who's in the audience, he's a Climate Academy student. He built an app for a phone. You can download that too, and that's got all the data as well. So well done, Jasper. And I think this CUT-X index is the simplest and most direct way to answer that question, because if you think about the EU's policy commitment or America's policy commitment, they always give commitments of a certain percentage by a certain year based on a certain date in history, 1990 typically. Now, if I gave my students a report in which I said, hey, Jimmy, I think you're going to get 40% extra grades by the year 2027 based on your results in 2001, the parents would protest. I mean, what kind of a report is that? So we don't have ask if we have all of these dashboards for COVID, we have data like this, but we don't have a climate index. Why do we not have a climate index? And just that one question exposes all kinds of system-level problems that we have with this. We're all only in individual action mode, and we're not in system-level thinking mode. I don't know, I can feel time is, we have 5 minutes. Yeah, are there other questions? Yeah. Sorry, I took that question. But that's
thank you very much for your interventions, and thank you very much for your incredible work. It's inspiring to see young people, at the front of social change. So my question is trying to maybe frame what you've been talking about in the wider context of security and NATO. Where do you see the role of international security-oriented organizations, when it comes to climate and environmentally related human security? And I'm thinking about adaptation, I'm thinking about human mobility, these kind of issues that I think politically we're struggling to address effectively.
Adele?
Yeah, if I can comment on that. The climate crisis consequences leads and will lead to more and more tensions between groups, between the way we're going to live. Because all of this and climate change is also linked to resources. And so actually at the end of the day, climate change is just kind of the first phase that we are looking at, but behind it, when you open the door, there is a much more structural tension, conflicts that are present, and that is present, on an international level. And that's what I meant by historical responsibility. We need to talk about it if we want to talk about climate change. Otherwise, you will not erase the real tensions that are present. You will have maybe negative peace, but you will not actually have the positive peace that erases completely the tensions that are present. And so I think the responsibility, for example, of NATO and our international community is to make sure that we look at it on a structural way. This means intersectionality. Just look at today. We cannot have a panel in the morning about space without talking about its consequences on humans, on climate change, on resources. And then in the next panel, we also need to include that. And today, on this panel, we have to include this intersectional vision on what climate change has impacts on security, etc. So also one thing that I think NATO, for example, should work on is not only the consequences of climate change, but the source. The actual fact that today there are millions of people rising up across the entire world because they feel insecure, because of the way we still decide to organize ourselves, because it's not secured. We continue to fuel climate emergency. And so we need to talk about the fueling of a crisis that has consequences. So I think that's the role of international coordination such as NATO. You want to add something?
I think the gentleman can just go before the time.
Thank you so much for being here. Just brief question.
Okay.
You mentioned privilege. That is a very important word when we speak about these things. Basically, I don't know, in your experience, in your countries, in your different realities, do you think that this climate education is for a privileged group, unfortunately? Because that's also true. Sometimes we speak about climate education, but everybody has the access to it? Thank you.
I think we have to wrap up, and I'll take on that job. I've got 20 seconds. So I think that's a nice question to finish in the way that every school has history as a subject, but we don't have future as a subject. And that's a huge blind spot. And so, yes, globally, we need to put that right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're finished.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to our panelists. That was such a fascinating panel discussion, really powerful to hear those personal stories and perspectives on climate change. We learned from that discussion a lot of things, but among other things, we learned that climate change requires resilience in many areas. Our next panel is actually all about resilience. What is resilience? It's bouncing back. It's being able to come back stronger. We've experienced some of this in recent times, going through and coming out of the pandemic, for instance. Resilience is about facing difficult situations and being able to respond effectively. It's also about being prepared to respond. It's preemptive in some senses. Well, our next panel has been organized in cooperation with the Young Thinkers Initiative of the Center for European Policy Studies, CEPS. Our moderator for the next session, Dylan Crossan, will introduce the panelists. So let's give a round of applause to welcome our next panel, What Does Resilience Mean for Young People?
Well, many thanks for the introduction. Welcome to our online audience. Thank you for joining us here today. My name is Dylan Crossan. I'm a researcher at the Center for European Policy Studies. Amongst our various activities on our 40th year anniversary this year, we have our Young Thinkers Initiative. And our motto at CEPS is Thinking Ahead for Europe, and we've done that for 40 years, and we hope to do that for another 40 years. So I think the discussions today have been quite interesting, and as was said earlier, really teed up our discussion here today. I'm joined by 4 of our CEPS Young Thinkers who were selected in a very competitive process to essentially write policy briefs, engage in these types of public discussions, as well as closed-door discussions with practitioners and a visit later this month in June. And they all brought something unique to the table during the selection. Brilliant ideas, expertise, and also energy, a will to kind of make a difference in the world. And so it's because of this type of energy that we pushed and successfully cooperated with NATO to be here today, and wanted to really unpack the question of what does resilience mean for young people. As you know, it is a transformative moment for society, for history, as well as for the future, as was said earlier. And one of the various elements where we see many transformations were, as mentioned earlier, the field of hybrid threats. And one essential way of contrasting those hybrid threats is by building resilience. So essentially, we wanted to look into, what are our priority areas? Where should we really be focusing our attention in terms of resilience building? And so we have with us today Laura Lisboa from the NATO Defense Investment Division, so one of NATO's very own. Also a young thinker, Dominik Joling, a postgraduate student at the London School of Economics. Sofia Romansky from the Hague Center for Strategic Studies, and Cedric Lombards, who is an attaché for European Affairs at the Belgian Ministry for Foreign Affairs. So to just kick off this discussion for us, Dominik, what keeps you up at night?
Well, what keeps me up at night? Well, it's climate change, again. We had this beautiful, very empowering panel before that, but I'm trying to tackle it from different perspective, as you will hear in a second. So I'm talking about the implications of climate change on defense and resilience. My point is we need to prepare for the worst now. Why? Because, for example, since around May this year, researchers have been observing grave anomalies. The sea surface temperature this year is much warmer than predicted. The ice mass of Antarctica is unusually low compared to prior years. Researchers cannot reliably explain this. And in addition, there will be an El Niño weather pattern starting in the next few months that could cause trillions in damage within the next 12 months. And also, in all of this, we must not forget that we are already in the low probability range of 5 climate tipping points, which might have a disastrous and irreversible effect on our climate systems. So, what are the implications on defense and also specifically for NATO when we look at those climate facts? First, climate change limits the readiness of armed forces. From US military bases threatened by tropical storms, wildfires, and rising sea levels, to soldiers being increasingly tied up in more disaster operations, to less operational predictability due to frequent extreme weather conditions all around the globe. So, secondly, there's much evidence of climate change also as an amplifier of already existing conflicts and a major stressor in areas of the global south. One example is the current conflict still ongoing in Sudan, which is preventing many farmers and pastoralists from carrying out their activities as usual because they lack fuel, seeds, and fertilizer. They are not supplied as they should. And also, this is further exacerbated by the shortage of fertilizer and grain from Ukraine and Russia. A climate shock like El Niño, which is for 90% chance upcoming this year, this will further fuel an already severe drought happening in the whole area, which has the potential to dangerously tear open old ethnic rifts in the whole region. But also the war in Ukraine, we see climate and environmental aspects again and again as part of the war, from muddy ground that is supposed to be frozen winter, hindering heavy vehicles to drive, to the vulnerability of fossil fuel supplies under combat conditions, to the vulnerability of centralized energy distribution systems, nuclear power plants, dams, and pipelines. Artificially induced natural flooding also played a role throughout the war. So, what are we going to do? What should we do? And what needs to be done? Well, every effort must be made to slow down climate change. We must also plan realistically and prepare for the worst. That's what I'm saying. We also need to do more interdisciplinary research at the interface of natural sciences and social science disciplines. Resilient armed forces in a resilient alliance out of resilient partner nations will help us mitigate predictable and also not so predictable climate shocks. Because high resilience also means credible deterrence, which is at the heart of NATO. El Niño will soon put the alliance to the test. Just as our strong and united response to the Russian aggression against Ukraine, NATO needs to grow closer together on issues of climate change, mitigation, and resilience. But there are solutions in which NATO can play a major role by coordinating, prioritizing, fostering cooperation between civilian research agencies, industries, and of course, the armed forces of all partner nations and beyond. The alliance needs to be at the forefront of military technology worldwide, combining low-carbon technologies with tactical and strategic advantages over fossil-fueled hardware. A hypothetical e-hybrid armored reconnaissance vehicle, for example, that's like the example I'm always trying to make here, is combining a lower sound and thermal emissions in electric mode when close to the enemy lines. A submersible capability, as the electric motor does not need air for breathing, and of course, an better overall off-road performance through electric motors and lower carbon emissions at the same time. Green electrification can make us less independent on fossil fuels from unreliable supplies and reduce sensitive fuel supply chains by allowing modular and decentralized power generation in the field. In addition, and that's my last point, the alliance needs to be better prepared to deal with disasters of all kinds, especially those that are surely going to be amplified and more frequent due to climate change already now and in the not-so-far future. From rapidly deployable hospital ships around the world to wider participation in humanitarian missions, there are several interesting ideas to discuss that could at the same time raise NATO's profile globally and domestically. Thank you.
Thanks, Dominic, and I'm sure there will be time for discussion afterwards on this. How does this align with what you think, Cedric, about resilience and the various domains that we should really focus on?
Thank you very much, Dylan, and thank you to Dominic as well for already briefly sidelighting to green energy in defense, which is also a nice introduction for me, as my professional inclination aligns with energy as well. And I think, well, for me, it's obvious that energy is the first thing that comes to mind when we talk about resilience, but I would think and I would assume that for many of the people here and online, for young people who are often vulnerable consumers, the energy crisis is also one of the topics that comes to mind, especially as exacerbated by the Russian war of aggression. And of course, when we're talking about the realm of energy security, the responsibility of safeguarding a steady supply without system interruptions, we traditionally think about a state-centric role in the guarantee thereof and in particularly the protection of critical infrastructure and critical energy infrastructure. And the same goes for NATO. Within NATO, it's also primarily a national government responsibility. But since 2008, NATO has been playing increasingly an important role in energy security and will, at least to my mind, continue to do so on 3 levels. I'm going to focus on the protection of infrastructure, but before there's 2 other levels on which NATO already plays an important role. First of all, there's a strategic level where NATO plays an important role in awareness raising on energy developments, on very valuable intelligence sharing, but also interinstitutional liaising with, for instance, the European Union, the International Energy Agency, and so on. Then in a strict military terms, and this is quite unknown to the general public, NATO also guarantees a supply of energy to allied forces whenever necessary. To do so, it maintains a 10,000-kilometer own pipeline system that runs through 12 allied states. This is just an example, but to echo what Dominic said, this pipeline system is there to transfer petroleum. One of the challenges to build resilience would be to diversify more towards renewable energy. But then thirdly, and most importantly, I would say, because it echoes very well with the deterring role that NATO has, is the protection of infrastructure. And we have to do this both internally and externally. I realize that it may sound far-fetched that an actual attack on infrastructure, but I think if the last year has shown us anything, is that it isn't that far-fetched and that the threat is very real. Internally, we can think of your pet Russian spy whale that surfaces every now and then. You can think about that one Russian vessel that lingers just slightly too long in the North Sea. But more flagrantly, we can think about the sabotage of the Nord Stream pipeline. And internally, NATO and its deterring power does and could play an important role in policing missions, be it air, naval, or underwater. But also externally, NATO can play an important role. By December 2022, Russia had fired over 1,000 missiles on Ukrainian energy infrastructure. Since 2014, NATO has sent advisors to help plan contingency plans and crisis management operations with Ukrainian forces, thereby anticipating such an event. So there again, NATO plays a role. To go to the most disastrous scenario of nuclear security and the Zaporizhzhia plant in Ukraine, there as well, NATO plays an important role. You could argue that by the sheer deterring power of NATO, they have been able to prevent a Chernobyl 2.0 event with the Zaporizhzhia plant, also by supporting the International Atomic Energy Agency. If I could finish off with a final note on civil resilience as well, because so far I've only talked about the resilience of the state. But we're here in the hybrid gray zone realm, and often, be it in energy, in digital, or in other domains, the civilians, so you and me, and also young people, we are the first line of defense when it comes to a hybrid attack. It is us, on an individual and societal level, that will have to learn to, in the case that it would ever happen, cope with blackouts, cope with shortages, mentally cope with the nuclear threat of nuclear security, But there's also something we can do in an anticipatory effort, which we all should do, and this echoes also the climate call, and that is reducing our consumptions wherever we can and being more and more efficient with our energy consumption. And I realize that speaking on a panel and several times referring to nuclear disaster is somewhat doom and gloom, and I don't want to be a doom thinker, but I think if there's one thing that you should recall from this is that this hasn't happened, and major infrastructure attacks haven't happened. And that shows that NATO works, that its deterring power works. If there's one challenge, it is the gray zone. It is those hybrid attacks that do not really reach the threshold of violence. And I think I'll keep it at that for now.
Yeah, thanks, Cedric. You've already preempted some questions that I've seen coming in online as well. I'm wondering, Sophia, from your perspective as an analyst, as well as a Ukrainian national, what are some other lessons that we can learn from Ukraine besides the ones Cedric has already outlined?
Ukraine itself has become very much a case study of national resilience ever since Russia's invasion began. I'm sure that all of us here have been impressed by the unexpected successes of Ukraine's army, but also how Ukrainians themselves have remained unflinching in their social cohesion and determination to gain back territories, but also to be victorious in the war. And as Cedric mentioned, we must look at the people in order to understand the nation. And what I would like to emphasize while I'm speaking here is that to understand Ukraine's multidimensional resilience and how it came to be, and also to draw valuable lessons as analysts and as experts, we need to look at a society-wide approach. We need to look at Ukraine's history, culture, and military, and how all of these elements have come together in order to help Ukraine resist the war of aggression. And I believe that this point, and as well as the role of young people in facilitating Ukraine's resistance, can be best illustrated by looking at how Ukraine has bolstered resilience through digital and information-based means. In broad terms, digital resilience should be understood as both the ability to resist threats in the digital domain, be it cyber attacks or anything else, as well as the ability to bolster other aspects of resilience, like society and military, through digital technologies. And embedded within this is the concept of digital information resilience, where through proactive sharing of information, and as was already mentioned in a previous panel, through the combating of disinformation, states can use the information environment to strengthen their overall ability to resist and respond to threats. In light of a full-scale invasion, the accessibility, the flexibility, and the speed at which social communication online can take place has allowed every single Ukrainian, whether civilian or military, to become an active informational combatant, not in the sense of international humanitarian law, but that they are contributing to the war effort as a whole. Ukraine has taken advantage of serendipity and on-the-ground initiatives, and I would just like to go through a few examples that really illustrate what makes the Ukrainian response and, as a result, Ukrainian national resilience unique. Battalions in the Ukrainian armed forces have their own TikTok accounts, where they post updates following general guidelines from the Ministry of Defense. All the while, the Ministry of Defense itself monitors the online environment to draw on stories and opportunities to inspire the population as a whole, to continue to bolster morale in brutal and protracted conflict. Although the promotion of myths and legends, as you maybe remember in the beginning, there was the legend of the ghost of Kiev, has now become less common, other informational tactics have prevailed. For example, I would like to emphasize the society-wide importance of humor as a vehicle for coping with the jarring new circumstances of a full-scale war, for creating cohesion among Ukrainians and their Ukrainian identity, and conveying critique of Russia as a whole. The importance of humor for resilience cannot be understated. There's a conscious acknowledgement in Ukraine of the role of humor, visible through hashtags which translate to, "We're laughing, so we're not giving up." Meanwhile, internet memes, for their ability to be easily replicated and remixed by individuals and spread through mass dissemination, have become an integral part of resistance through laughter. From the praise and personification of the American HIMARS to Saint Javelin, to the flash mob campaign of wearing leopard print to rally support for leopard tanks, Humor has been used to rally support from allies in the West. Meanwhile, stories like that of a Kievan grandma knocking down a Russian drone with a jar of pickled tomatoes have been used to bolster morale for Ukrainians and unify them through everyday acts of bravery. These narratives all rely on tying together both recent history of the 8 years in the past since the start of Russia's occupation of Crimea, as well as Russia's persistent history of trying to eliminate elements of Ukrainian culture. And as a result, this combined top-down and bottom-up approach, where both civilians and the government are working towards one narrative, has allowed Ukraine to remain unified despite the involvement of so many different actors, and as a result, also to remain resilient. Obviously, youth are a key part of this, and they have actively used social media to fight back Russian disinformation, as well as to inform the rest of the world. And interestingly, we are now observing that almost any kind of platform can become a tool for resistance. So to answer your question, Dylan, looking at Ukraine as a case study of resilience can allow experts to anticipate how other states may respond to similar full-scale invasions or warfare in the context of digital and physical dimensions, which will inevitably influence and interact with each other.
Thanks, Sophie, and that's, I think, an excellent segue into Lauda. I mean, the very last words of Sophia were, what can states do to respond? And so I'm curious, what is NATO as an alliance of states doing to respond, to build resilience in these various domains?
Okay, thank you, Dylan, and also thanks to my colleagues. It's always challenging to be the last one speaking, and after a lot has been said, I would like to talk about NATO's role in enhancing resilience in the domains that my colleagues just spoke about. And when I think about resilience, I think it's useful to think about it in two levels. So at a state level or at a supranational level, as a national responsibility and a collective commitment to ensure that states can respond to threats to their security, be they non-military or military. But I think we can also think about it from a citizen's perspective. And it was mentioned that citizens can play an active role in resilience, but we can also look at it into a passive way, in the sense that we can expect that our lives will not be disrupted from one day to another. And so I think this is quite relevant to understand what resilience means for young people, in the sense of resilience as the smooth maintenance of the status quo. And also because I feel our generations living here, we never had a major crisis, a major disruption in our lives. We take peace for granted, democracy for granted, and liberty. We don't even think about it. And maybe even before the war, I think maybe COVID was the first time that got us thinking about our lives and our day-to-day being disrupted. And in this sense, I think we can, think about this, but we can also think about these invisible dimensions of security that became more visible, such as supply chains, critical infrastructure, interdependencies between countries. So these invisible dimensions, I think they became more visible first with COVID and now possibly with the war. And since we are talking here about NATO and NATO's role in enhancing resilience, I think we can look at NATO's strategic concept that was published actually last year and see what it has to say about it and how it recognizes the need to mitigate strategic vulnerabilities and dependencies, and also linking it to what my colleague says, the strategic concept also addresses the impact of climate change in security and defense, and not only by looking at the way NATO and allies are tackling these challenges, but also recognizing that it affects armed forces and the way they operate, and also how infrastructure is becoming more and more vulnerable to extreme weather conditions. And also, what concerns energy and digital communications, and NATO allies have been leading efforts into looking into the protection of critical undersea infrastructure. And I find it quite interesting that NATO SecGen has recently pointed to the fact that 2/3 of the world oil and gas are either extracted at or transported by sea, and that around 95% of global data flows are transmitted through underwater cables. I think this is another example of these less visible or almost invisible dimensions of security that have become more and more visible in last year and also in last month, as Cedric just mentioned, with the explosions on the Nord Stream pipelines. And well, this is just a few examples we can then discuss more further. And I've been talking for a while now, but as I'm working on space, I would also like to talk a bit about space, and I think it's a good way to close this initial discussion. Well, in 2019, NATO allies recognized space as a new operational domain, and ever since, NATO has been working on enhancing all sorts of space-based supports to its operations. And why do I think it's a good way to close this panel? Well, because it can very much support a broad range of security-related tasks, such as support to supply chains, protection of critical infrastructure, but also, for example, monitoring greenhouse gases and security digital communications. And these also, together with the domains my colleagues talk about, are, I think, very important for us to reflect and to think how NATO should strategically respond, not only to short-term challenges that were, of course, highlighted by the current situation, but also thinking long-term in the challenges that arise from climate change, from protection of critical energy and communications infrastructure, or the emerging security challenge that arise from technology and innovation.
Thanks, Laura. And I think a few quite fresh and innovative ideas were expressed by all four of you. In an endeavor to make this as interactive as possible, I would love to open the floor for questions and answers, if any do have some. And if so, please raise your hand and go to the mic as kind of the routine earlier. Anything? I remember there's questions earlier about resilience as well. Yes?
Hi. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Bertha Miget, and I have a question about the word resilience. So it is kind of a buzzword, and it means a lot of things, and because of that, it doesn't mean much. And you guys have been talking about like 50 different topics. So I kind of want to ask, what do you actually mean when you say resilience? And it's not just bouncing back, right? So like, what terms do we use it in?
Yeah, and perhaps you might get an answer also from the second person who I saw raise their hand. You were getting up.
Thank you very much for your perspectives, very insightful. My question is the same which I raised earlier. How can we as democratic societies can foster resilience in making sure that we protect our societies, especially our online communities, against hybrid threats and especially disinformation? Because we saw in the past couple of years how foreign actors are trying to basically weaken the democratic fiber of our community, of our transatlantic community, and we'll have the European elections next year. And one of the questions about the future European elections is the fact that we'll start to have more and more extreme far-right or far-left parties inside our international organizations.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and I saw that our four panelists were negotiating who gets to take a first crack at answering. So I'm sure they know, and they'll just speak up.
If it's okay, I'll take a first crack at it, primarily with the first question, because it circles back to the very title of this panel. What does resilience mean for young people? And I believe you're right. For an anecdote, I was recently at another conference where the EU Commissioner Shinas, who is also responsible for hybrid threats, said that he unfortunately doesn't have a button to achieve resilience. And you must admit that sounds kind of tempting, to have a button to just boop and then we're all resilient. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. Being resilient is not an end state. at least to my mind, it's a process. It's, as you say, it's not just bouncing back to shocks. It's facing shocks, being prepared for one, to counter these shocks, having contingency measures. Second, learning from the shocks, adapt to them, and then finally overcome them. So mentality, to me at least, and I am a young person, so to me resilience is really the process of those three steps: preparing, adapting, overcoming, and it's not an end state. And I think if our interventions have showed anything, is that there's no blueprint to saving climate change. There is no shortcut to protecting infrastructure. So if anything, we have shown that it's a process.
If I may, I would like to try to answer the second question about protecting against disinformation. And I think that does echo back to what I was saying in my intervention, which if we want to protect against disinformation and what you called hybrid threats, then we need absolutely a society-wide approach. We can't just focus on the digital dimension, because the digital dimension fundamentally is based on all of these other dimensions. I think I mentioned in a discussion during the networking, during lunch, where at this point, almost any threat that we experience as democratic societies is hybrid, because there's inevitably communication through digital means, through the internet. It's everywhere. And so to build resilience against disinformation, we need to fundamentally evaluate what do we value as democratic societies? What do we need to continue? What is the truth that we are pursuing, and what is the truth that we hold dear to us? And that is where our foundation will be to continue fighting against disinformation, because there will always be different narratives. We have to be aware of that. Narratives are constantly being constructed by different sides. It is about, but so then, as democratic societies, we need to determine for ourselves clearly what is the narrative that we are pursuing and what is the one that we believe is worth fighting for, and then integrate that into every aspect of society as best as we can, be it in energy infrastructure, but also in our responses to climate change, and also in our alliances. These themes have to be consistent. And again, this is where we can look at Ukraine for a lesson, where they, for some reason, in some way, be it because of combination of culture, history, the way that they respond, have managed to attain this cohesiveness and consistency. And that is what has helped them continue in the way that they have.
Yeah, and I find it interesting. I think there's touch points between the two questions, because somehow hybrid threats is also a buzzword that is hard to define. But nevertheless, we can study it. And as Cedric said, we can prepare, we can respond, and we can learn and take lessons from it, even though we are not able to find sometimes a common definition.
And if I might jump in there real quick, just two things. I think, personally for me, education is a major part of resilience, because as we saw with the misinformation, for example, you can kind of short-term counter different narratives. But if you really want to be a resilient society of resilient minds, you need to educate your people, and you need to do it right and well and a lot. So that would be my take on this. And also, for example, I think, because it's such a fuzzy term, what is resilience, there's many different ways to kind of test it, to kind of classify it. For example, when it comes to climate change, you can do, with all the data we have, with all the methods of analyzing data today, you can see, okay, we have new drainage systems against floods, we have new this and that, we implement it, we research on it, and then you can, over time, see, okay, our city, our country, maybe even whole of Europe, got more resilient against those climate threats. But for example, when it comes to misinformation, I can imagine this is much harder to really see the progress there when it comes to being more resilient. But I think we really have to also classify if we get more resilient and what it means to get more resilient.
Thanks. And just before we begin to wrap up, I will already anticipate that there will be some poll questions coming your way. I suppose you will interact with those via the app. But just quickly, Sophia, because this was one question that came online. What is your opinion on NAFO? And to what extent has NAFO impacted resilience on the internet?
That's a very interesting question. So I've just completed my master's education, and my thesis was on the use of humor in the war in Ukraine. And actually, one of my peers wrote exclusively on NAFO. So if you want, I can link his contact. But I think NAFO is interesting because it is not necessarily Ukraine-based, it is more international-based, and it is the international community and support for Ukraine. So the main aspect of NATO is how international allies and how the internet as an inherently international space has helped elevate Ukraine's resilience as kind of like another, if you imagine just like another stick propping up the entire shield. It's very interesting, especially if you look into NAFO's efforts into debunking disinformation and specifically targeting Russian troll bot accounts. They have done very, very much in this. And I think in academic circles and also in circles of expertise, these kind of aspects like memes and just in general trends are undervalued. And I think if we keep looking at them and taking them seriously as a serious political act, if you will, then we will get even deeper insight into conflict and even maybe gain a kind of predictive capacity as to how things will keep going and how things will progress. So NATO is just one of those things. Thank you for that question.
Thanks, and that was Gediminas, from which country I do not know. So with that, and in order to wrap up our discussion before there's a coffee break, we have three different questions, and I don't know if you can view them on a screen, but essentially we have a question that then is applied to three domains. How ready do you think the NATO alliance is to tackle resilience in, and then we have the domain of climate change, which is the first question, then energy, and then digital. And so we'll allow you a few minutes to answer those various questions. There's a QR code I see on the screen that you can use to access the survey, and look forward to seeing the response for each of those. But before we go into that, let me thank you for your attention. Thank you to the online audience as well, on behalf of CEPS and the CEPS Young Thinkers Initiative.
This lady, the lady in the pink wants to, the lady in the pink.
Apologies, unfortunately the question and answers part is over. Sorry. So now the second question has popped up as well, the energy domain.
Is she from there? I don't understand if she's trying to tell us something about the panel.
And let me see if I can zoom in enough.
I think, I don't know if she was trying to tell us something about... I didn't know your thesis was about this.
Yeah.
It's cool.
I'm waiting for it to be approved for publication.
And lastly, the digital environment. Yes, so I think we can see the results now.
Oh.
Fantastic. So in the domain of climate change, I see answers are moving around, but there's quite some optimism, I would say. I mean, more than 50% are above 6, so quite ready to tackle resilience in that domain. Then, and these numbers I'm sure will continue to shift around a little bit, then maybe we could pass on to the next domain. So energy. Cedric, I think you successfully made the case. You as well, Laura. The alliance seems well placed here, essentially above 75%. Now it's moving around a little bit, but above 75% think that NATO is ready to tackle resilience. And then finally, in the digital environment. So yeah, I mean, it looks like in general, on average, we're around 6 for all 3 of these domains. And 10 seems to be making a bit of a comeback here as well. So essentially, I mean, what I would take from that is there's 3 different types of resilience, infrastructural, societal, and then paradigmatic in a certain sense, climate change. NATO seems to be on the right track. And if we think about, however, the next 10 years for NATO, and then moving forward, you know, looking towards 2050, I think much still needs to be accomplished. And this morning and in previous panels, we've heard about what needs to be done. And so I think now the mission for NATO should be to take all of these brilliant ideas that have been expressed over the past few hours and translate those into concrete action. So in any case, thank you very much once again, and enjoy your coffee break.
Wow, thank you so much to this great panel for all those wonderful insights on resilience. We are about to go to a coffee break, as you heard, but I'm delighted to tell you that after the break, we are going to be joined by a NATO head of state. So you definitely want to stick around and come back. You'll all have a chance to ask questions. So if you're in the room, remember, I'll just ask you to raise your hands and call on you. But if you're online, you can go to the app, to the Q&A function in the app, and submit your questions there. So please make sure that you're back here online or in the room by 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
No one knows what happens next, what the future holds,
Which events will shape us,
and which will test our resolve.
Times have changed, you see.
People too.
We need to stick together if we're going to make it through. Sticking together means an alliance of minds and hearts, a collection of individuals greater than the sum of its parts.
People of all different kinds, with different sets of skills that come together and align. Because freedom is what matters.
It is why we must stand tall, and it's why we always tell them,
all for one, and one for all.
We need you to be builders. All are architects of fate, working in these walls of time, some with massive deeds and great, some with ornaments of rhyme. Nothing useless is or low, each thing in its place is best, and what seems but idle show strengthens and supports the rest. For the structure that we raise, time is with materials filled. Our todays and yesterdays are the blocks with which we build. Truly shape and fashion these, leave no yawning gaps between. Think not because no one sees that such things shall remain unseen. In the elder days of art, builders wrought with greatest care each minute and unseen part, for the gods see everywhere. Let us do our work as well, both the unseen and the seen, make the house where gods may dwell, beautiful, entire, and clean. Lest our lives are incomplete, standing in these walls of time, broken stairways where the feet stumble as they seek to climb. Build today then strong and sure on a firm and ample base, and ascending and secure shall tomorrow find its place. Thus alone can we attain to those turrets where the eye sees the world as one vast plain and one boundless reach of sky. Classmates, said William and Mary in Virginia, all of us here who love you already, call on you to be magnificent builders.
We will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will not back down.
When I came here, everyone was accepting. And so being a veteran, I haven't ever been in a position where I've been afraid to tell someone I'm a veteran because I'm proud to be one.
Every time I tell a teacher I was in the military, they're actually more wanting to talk to you and they're more willing to go out of their way to say hi because they want to know who you are.
William and Mary was founded in the cradle of democracy in the United States, and this is still one of the most populous regions for the military in the country. Our tradition of military service predates the Declaration of Independence. Our first American chancellor was General George Washington. Our current chancellor is Secretary Robert M. Gates. So commitments to service run deep at William and Mary, and they're an important part of our future.
As William and Mary prepares to move forward in the future and with new initiatives, that the perspective that veterans bring and the diverse experiences that they've had and their leadership experiences will prove a big asset in terms of helping the campus move forward.
I did 4 years in the United States Marine Corps. I was a machine gunner, also a foreign security force advisor. I was also a marksman instructor.
I served in the Navy for 5 years. While I was a Master at Arms. For other branches, it's known as a military police.
Student veterans were there for us when we needed them the most, and now we have an opportunity to be there for them when they need us as they transition to a new environment.
My biggest challenge has been trying to get back into a student life. The college has a lot of programs here, such as the Writing Resource Center is one huge one that I utilize, and also the Office of Student Veterans Engagement has helped me in a lot of ways.
So the mission and goal for this office is to make sure that every student veteran has everything that he or she needs to have success at William and Mary. Well, we want to establish points of contact in offices across campus so that we can make their transition as smooth as possible and make sure they can achieve as much as they want to while they're here.
I think the best way that's helped me on a campus is connecting me to all of the support apparatus on campus. So the Office of Student Accessibility, the Cohen Career Center.
We're able to get resources and, how to use, like the GI Bill was a huge thing when starting school. I feel like it's very important for the college to help the people transitioning from a military lifestyle into a student lifestyle. You know, just 30 minutes down the road, we have Navy Station Norfolk, the biggest Navy base in the world, you know, and then we have Portsmouth. We have about 7 other military bases. So it's extremely important, you know, in Williamsburg to have, in the college especially, to have a veterans program.
So my hope for this office is for William & Mary to be the #1 choice for every student veteran who separates in Virginia and beyond, for them to want to come to William & Mary, and for us to be able to give them the information to be able to make that choice and to eventually come here. So we really hit the ground running when we started. Last year, we've stood up lots of programs that are currently serving the students. But they have lots of great ideas going forward, and what we want to do going forward is things like travel and really contribute to the research on student veterans around the country to make sure that other institutions know about the great work that we're doing and that we can learn from some of the great things that are happening across the country in serving student veterans.
Among our most important values are belonging and service. The Office for Student Veteran Engagement brings them both together. We're committed to being a national model.
При этом в наши планы не входит оккупация украинских территорий. Мы никому и ничего не собираемся навязывать силой.
Wow, well, welcome back from the break. I hope you enjoyed your break. We are delighted in this session to be joined by the President of the Czech Republic, Petr Pavel. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for taking time out of your schedule to be with us here today.
Hello, it's great to be with you. Thank you for the invitation.
Well, we have so many young people out here in the audience with us in Brussels and also online who I'm sure have lots of good questions for you. But I'd like to start by asking a little bit about your journey to the presidency. So you, when you were younger, trained to fight against NATO forces when you were brought up in Czechoslovakia. And then you went on to serve in the military for the Democratic Czech Republic. And now, of course, you're president of your country, which is a member of NATO. So I'm wondering how living through those significant transitions in your country's life influences your approach to leadership.
Well, that's for a long story. I would like to be brief. First, I mentioned several times when I was referring to my both professional and life experience that I felt myself as an Alice in Wonderland. So many very profound changes in one life, it's really amazing. Yeah. I was born to a country that was liberated by 80% by the Soviet Union. My country was at that time under the strong influence of the community of nations led by Soviet Union, the Warsaw Pact, and it was my only reality. I didn't see any alternative because the countries of the Western, of the Eastern Bloc were quite isolated, and that's the reality I was living in was forming me in a way that it's the right way of life. My parents were upbringing me in basic human values, but they were quite often in a contrast with the values promoted by the society. And as a child, obviously, I saw the difference, but I was focused by my parents to do the right things, which were usually in accordance with not just 10 commandments, which my grandmother was following very strictly, but also basic values of my parents. And their idea was, obviously, our society is not perfect. There are many problems to it, but you can improve it by being a better person yourself, and that's influencing your environment. So I was always trying to do things that were assessed to be right. And only later, I realized that by joining the military, which I believed was the way how to serve my people, my country, was actually translated as a service to the regime. It was quite revealing this fact when I was in my late 20s. But as I said, better late than never. So my first lesson from that period was be open, try to learn as much as possible. I used that opportunity once the regime fell down. I got very deeply into studies of history, languages, geography, a number of other things that were not so available in the past. And I was lucky enough to get very quickly to the Western system of education, both in the US and UK and other countries. I used in full opportunity to working in a multinational environment, both in NATO and the EU. I learned a lot from my colleagues from the countries of all around the globe. And I was always driven by my internal compass that was saying, do things that you believe are right, that you believe are just. Don't worry that you will feel at the beginning some deficiencies. but be yourself. And that was paying off.
Definitely. Thank you so much. I'm also wondering about how your military background will help inform you in your current political role.
Well, I was asked this question many times by the journalists during the campaign, because traditionally people tend to believe that if someone spent most of his life in uniform, will be only driven by orders and tempted to give orders and expecting others would obey. But my military experience started with special forces, and special forces work in small groups. They build on independent thinking, on not repeating the templates, on being active and taking responsibility. And that was exactly what I brought to my further career, even though I didn't serve later in special forces, but was in different positions. But still, this approach of later I learned that it was called a mission command. That means give the objective you want to achieve and leave on your subordinates the way how they do it, because it will only create an initiative and give them the sense of responsibility, and also will give them the sense of ownership of the process. So it was the way which I operated, not just in military, but in all other positions. And I believe that the experience from military, that means this mission command, then some internal discipline, focus on important rather than on details that are usually marginal. They are very much useful in politics as well.
Thank you. What do you see as the main security challenge or the main security challenges that are facing NATO today?
There are more of them. Obviously, first what comes on our mind is war in Ukraine. And it's not just a regional conflict, as many could understand it. It is a conflict between two sets of values. On one hand, the values of the democratic world. On the other, the values of different types of autocratic regimes. That's why we see on the side of Russia, a country like China and many others who are either supporting or are silently on the side of Russia. We should feel threatened by that confrontation, because the result of war in Ukraine will define how our world will look in future. If we allow Russia, supported by anybody, to prevail, it will be against our own interest, because I suppose we want to live in the world where rules matter, where values matter, where we can discuss rather than fight. This is one of the biggest challenges we have today. So I wouldn't put it in a way that first Russia, second China, and third international terrorism or any other sequence of threats. We will most probably face the confrontation of these two approaches to our future. And then I would also like to mention one internal challenge, and that is our ability to recognize what are actually our threats. Because if we start believing that, for example, China is just a friendly country trying to do business with us, it will be a great mistake. That's why we have to be able to distinguish where is the threat, because not necessarily it will have a form of a military force. And we have to be resistant and ready to face all kinds of these new challenges.
I know that you spend a lot of time thinking about these exact issues, so it's so interesting to hear from your perspective what you see as some of the greatest threats. I'd just like to turn to our audience here in Brussels for a moment to see if there's anyone who might have a question from the crowd for you, Mr. President. Do we have any questions? Yes, I see one right here in the middle. If you don't mind just going to the microphone so that we can hear you.
Thank you for being here today, Mr. President. Being both a retired general and the president of a NATO member country, are there any leadership lessons that you would like to share with us here today as future leaders? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for mentioning future leaders, because I always appreciate when I see young people being interested, being full of ideas and full of optimism in terms of running the show in the foreseeable future. Because the worst thing that we could see would be ignorant and indifferent young people. That would be extremely dangerous to our future. If I can give you any advice, and I hesitate to give advice to anyone because we are all unique and we all define our own way. We can be from time to time inspired by someone, but it's entirely up to us how we will shape our decisions. But what paid well for me in the past was always stay yourself. Stay yourself, have a sufficient self-confidence based on knowledge, based on openness. Be always open to new ideas and never tend to think that you are right. There would always be someone who would have better arguments, and you should always be ready within the framework of your values to accept new arguments and potentially adapt your position. Also, don't be afraid of doing mistakes, because mistakes are natural. What is more important than making mistakes is to learn from them. And I would like to share one experience which I got when I started working in NATO structures right after our accession in 1999. Where we had a great exercise and Supreme Commander at that time, British 4-star general, told us, guys, I will not assess you based on how good this exercise is, how little problems you will find, just opposite. The more problems you will discover, the more lessons you will take out of it, the better the exercise. And I was very grateful for that lesson, because it was exactly the opposite what we were doing before. We were all striving to present our organization as flawless and nicely polished, sometimes even covering the problems. And this is not the way how to move ahead. So don't be afraid of mistakes, be fair in admitting them, but always try to learn something good from them.
Brilliant. Thank you, and thank you for the question. I'm going to take a question from online now, President Pavel. We have a question: what impact would a Chinese attack on Taiwan have for the war in Ukraine? You mentioned both of those as important issues a moment ago.
Well, let me start with the conflict in Ukraine. China is playing a strange role in this conflict. China is using it as an open textbook, learning from what the West is doing, how do we react on different situations on the battlefield, how quick we are in getting together and coming to a common position, how effective we are in supporting Ukraine. Because these are all the measures that are interesting for China when it comes to a military solution of a problem of Taiwan. And China doesn't hide their clear determination to unite Taiwan with mainland China. under one regime. We all agree to some extent to the principle of one China. Czech Republic has its own one China policy, but we also often refer to two systems. And it was the case prior to changes in Hong Kong, and it is the same now with Taiwan. Taiwan obviously is much bigger and more important in the sense of world trade than Hong Kong, and any disruption to Taiwan would be immediately felt all around the globe. Not just because of production of microchips, which about more than 50% are produced in Taiwan, especially those highly sophisticated, but also any disruption to the traffic in South China Sea that would be definitely affected by any conflict around Taiwan would mean a tremendous impact on global trade, including Europe. So we should be very concerned about the situation around Taiwan. We should support any peaceful solution, and we should also support Taiwan in preserving their democratic regime, because this is what was at the beginning of agreement with China.
Thank you for that. We'll take another question from the room now. Yes, let's take one from over there. How about in the back there? Yes, right there. Yep, that's hard to see, sorry. Yeah, just come over to the microphone.
Hi, Mr. President. My name is David Bukowski. I'm from the Czech Republic. I have a question about the Central and Eastern European region. It's been growing in geopolitical importance, especially since the war. And there are many participants here today from the region. So I'm curious about your opinions on what role do you think the region can play in our security going forward? And what advice do you have particularly for us coming from the region? What role can we play in the future of European and transatlantic security? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I am grateful that our region, the countries of the region, have, and excuse me the expression, grown up through the conflict in Ukraine. We have realized that regardless of the size of our country, we have something to offer. That we have some solutions to the problem. We demonstrated the courage from the very beginning in direct support to Ukraine. We were very active in looking for general support by the EU, NATO, and all other contributing countries. We were usually very open in opening our doors to refugees from Ukraine. So there were a number of examples we could serve to the rest of Europe. And it led to a growing and well-substanced self-confidence in the region. Some people even talk about the shift of center of gravity towards Central and Eastern Europe. I wouldn't probably go that far. And of course, I would be cautious when it comes to optimism, because there are still many challenges in the region, and some will be most probably manifested over next couple of months or year during the elections. But still, I think the time has come for us to be more active and more responsible part of European solutions. Not just recipients of the assistance, not just those who listen to the voice of greater and more economically more important countries, but also as the countries that will be part of the solution. But of course, without any exaggerated self-confidence, but reasonably based on achievements.
Thank you for that, and thank you also for the question. We have another question that's come in online, President Pavel. Based on your political and military background, how do you respond to those who claim that NATO's actions and expansion toward Eastern Europe has triggered Russia's illegal aggression in Ukraine?
I heard that argument many times in the past, and especially when I was in a position of a chairman of NATO military committee and visited a number of countries who were partners to the alliance. And my response was always the same. It was not NATO pushing enlargement eastwards. It was the interest of the countries who liberated themselves in different ways from the Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact, whose interest was to join NATO. If we understand NATO as a zone of stability, friendship, a zone of discussion rather than a confrontation, it is in our interest to extend that zone further on. That no one can order any nation to join NATO. There is a long-lasting process from the serious interest to the accession. We can see it with the countries of Western Balkans. We can see it with Ukraine. How long does it take before NATO as a whole comes to a unanimous agreement about potential new member? It was probably easier with the countries like Sweden or Finland, whom we considered to be, and we call them day zero partners, because they were so much interoperable and ready that they could join NATO and start operating with it really first day. But it's not the case with a number of other countries whose preparation requires a lot of time. It's not just about interoperable forces, it's about procedures, it's about legislation, it's about a number of processes and standards that have to be met before the country can assess the club. So there is obviously a lot of things that are required for any new country to become a member, and there has to be also mutual interest that accession of a country will be mutually beneficial for both sides.
Thank you very much for answering that question. Let's take one more question from the audience. I think we have time for that. Let's go down here in the front row, if you don't mind walking to the microphone, please.
Thank you so much. So basically, my question is more related to your lifestyle, because we've been speaking today about sustainability and many stuff about climate change. And this question can be a little bit random, but when we speak about authorities and presidents, we always think about another atmosphere, another sphere, but we are all in the same planet. So if you can just let us know 3 things that you do in your daily lifestyle to take care of the planet as a person, not as a president, would be very interesting, I think, for everybody.
Well, obviously, I can tell you how I walk to the office every day, how I put all my garbage into different bins and so on. But it would be probably too much. I am trying as much as I can to support protection of the environment. Wherever I travel somewhere, I'm looking for the most efficient way, and obviously the cleanest possible way. Not necessarily taking the train is the cheapest and most environmentally protective, because if you put it all in context and how many different vehicles you have to send ahead with protection teams and so on, in the end, it might be even more damaging the environment than flying small airplane. So I always try to use context and common sense to work out which way of behavior is the best protecting the environment, not making big gestures, because, as I say, in the end, the sum up can be worse than the beginning. It also relates to, for example, electric mobility. It makes perfect sense in densely populated urban areas, but at the same time, it's not so useful in transport to remote areas where the networks are still not ready for it. So I would always advocate, let's use good arguments, let's see things in a broader context. Let's not make hasty conclusions that might be very fashionable, but when we look at it in the sum, they are actually not so good.
Thank you so much. And just as a final question, a final parting thought from you, we have a lot of young people in the audience, as you know, and being at NATO headquarters and this being a NATO summit, we talk a lot about threats. We've been talking about climate change and China and the war in Ukraine. I'm wondering, all these big issues you have to deal with as president of your country, what are you most optimistic about for the future?
Well, I was always optimistic for the capacity that is within humanity. Even though we are not quite often able to learn from the history, we don't take proper lessons, but in the end, humanity was always able to find a solution to even the worst problems. So I have a great confidence in people, in their innovative thinking, regardless the age, because as some people say, age is just a number. There are people who are physically senior, but they're still very young in thinking. And there are also physically young people who are desperately old in a way they think. So I would really call for being very open-minded, being active, being engaged, and not to let things just running, but trying to influence them for better. And that's what I'm trying to do. I believe that if you are doing the same, the future will definitely not be so bad.
Wonderful. That's a great note to end on. Thank you so much, President Pavel, for joining us today. Please, everyone, give a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Disinformation is not a victimless crime. It is designed to undermine institutions and values, especially those in the West. Earlier today, you all had a little bit of practice in producing disinformation. NATO has been particularly targeted by disinformation, and today the world can see how Russia and China's disinformation campaigns on the causes of the war in Ukraine are designed to weaken support for those fighting for their freedom. For our next panel, we have a very special guest with an impressive story and an important lived experience perspective on disinformation. In a moment, I'll hand over to our moderator for this session, Paul King, Program Officer at NATO, who will introduce our next panelist. So let's put our hands together for the next panel, Witness History, How Disinformation Doesn't Go Away.
So it's my pleasure to introduce Baroness Regina Schlusny, I hope I got the pronunciation right, who brings a completely different perspective today. And I'll let you, Baroness, tell your story, but I'll just give you a little hint, which is that in all of those photographs, black and white movies of Auschwitz with young families being taken to their death, Baroness Regina was supposed to be one of those people. But she managed to escape. And Baroness, please tell us your story.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for inviting me. The picture you see is my husband and myself, two hidden children. Why hidden? Because Hitler had the big idea that all the Jewish people, babies till elderly, had to disappear. That's why we had to go in hiding. That's a picture of me in the war while I was hidden already, but I could go out of the house because I was blonde. I had blonde hair, and everybody thought that nobody would realize that I was a Jewish child, because before the war, mostly the Jewish children had black hair. So I was one of the exceptions, and I could go out. I was about 3-4 years in that picture. So I was very happy because I was with exceptional good people. But on the other hand, the picture you see is my grandmother, my father's mom, and her brother. I never saw these pictures till my father passed away. I never met these people. Nobody of my family except my father and my mother, because both of them came from Poland, and all brothers, sisters, grandparents stayed in Poland and disappeared in the war. So I look at these pictures and I say, I don't know you, though I have her name. No, my father was living in Warsaw with his mom, and one morning he got up and he had something on his face, and an eruption, and they didn't know what to do, the doctors. So she wrote to her brother who lived in Antwerp from before 1900, with the question, maybe in Belgium the doctors know something more about this illness. And he was very lucky, my father, because his uncle found Professor van Runkelen. And Professor van Runkelen had his own hospital. He was specialized in skin diseases. And he knew what it was, because in Belgium a lot of people had lupus. That's not the lupus from today. Lupus actually was cancer, skin cancer. So my father came here to his uncle. He was treated 2 years with pins they would put in radium, which burns just on the spot. Treated 2 years, and after that, what was left was like he had burned himself. That was the story he said when people said, Jacob, what happened with your face? He said, I wanted to iron my pants, and I put the iron too close to my face. So after he was cured, he went back to Poland, married the lady next to him, who became my mother. And then he came back to Belgium, but he had to come on his own. He couldn't bring his wife, because the law in Belgium said that he had to had enough money to provide for his wife, which he didn't have, because he came back to look for some work, and he had no work, so no money. So it took him more than a year till he brought his wife to Antwerp. My eldest brother was born in 1932, the one who was standing, Marcel. The one who sits down is Eli. He's born in 1937 in Antwerp. And the little one with my father and Eli in the park in Antwerp, that's me. I'm born September 1939. So I'm turning 84 this year. when the Germans, my father was working on the markets, and the market was in the little towns behind the church. He would take a suitcase and a pack on his back and go to one of the towns near to Antwerp, but he had no table, so he had to go in one of the cafes who were behind the church, put his stuff on, and when the market was finished, take it back. So going there every week, they knew Jacob with the burnt face, which helped my parents when they had to flee out of Antwerp to go in hiding, to go to these cafes. They changed places during 3.5 years 15 times, only in the night, because during the day, people would recognize him too quickly. So they were happy that they could change 15 times and survive the war. Now, when the Germans came into Belgium, the first thing they did was you had to go and put yourself in the Jewish registers. They were already in the, when they came into Belgium, they had to go and write themselves in as foreigners. But the Germans wanted Antwerp, Brussels, and Liège to have special ones only for Jews, because they got the copy afterwards, and when they picked up the Jews from their houses, they knew exactly how many people were living in every house. Now in Antwerp, you can see on the side is the little Star of David. They got the piece of cloth, the yellow cloth, in size of a David star with a G, and people, Jewish people, had to put it on their clothes before going in the street. Now, I never put it on because they had to do it with children from 6 years old. My husband was 3 years older. He had it on his clothes when he went out as a little boy. That's the document you see there. And in Antwerp, we had a mayor who loved the Germans. He asked money for it. In Brussels and in Liège, the mayor didn't do that. People tried to go to England like they did in the First World War. And when we arrived on the seaside, the last boat was gone. We slept there, and in the morning the Germans were in the village, so we couldn't go anymore. It's the German soldiers with their buses from the army who took us back to Antwerp. When we came in our apartment, everything was empty. People had taken whatever was in the house, and my father must have written an official paper to tell that we don't have anything anymore. No goods, nothing. So, funny enough, he got money from the town of Antwerp, 52 or 53,000, which was a fortune because it's the same as the euro today, more or less. It's with that money that they could pay for their food when they went in hiding. Now, the first train started going out of Mechelen, of the Dossin-Kaserne, and people told that also babies were put into the train, and elderly people. So the Jewish people thought, well, something is wrong there. It's not only to go to work, because that time people didn't know what happened when they left with the train. So there's a committee put up by Mr. and Mrs. You see the picture now, Jospa. She made a committee of 12 people, Jewish and non-Jewish people. And one of them was André Guelen. She was a teacher here in Brussels in a school. And the day she didn't see appear half of her children in class, she realized that half of her children were Jewish, because the Germans started off taking work from everybody who was Jewish. Doctors couldn't go to the hospitals. Lawyers couldn't plead anymore for their clients, till the Jewish children who went to normal schools, not Jewish schools, but state schools, couldn't go to school anymore. So she realized that while her children were Jewish, she herself, as part of that committee, went to 300 families, knocked on the door. She was beautiful, blonde, but nobody knew her. And she said, we know that you got a letter, you have to go to Mechelen to work for the Germans. Give me your children. When you come back, we'll bring you back your children. All the Jewish parents gave their children. Those children, most of them, didn't see their parents back. Because in Belgium, by that committee, 3,000 children were saved. In total, 5,000 were saved, because my parents left me without being member of the committee, and others, because over 25,000 Jews were taken to Auschwitz, and 1,200 only came back. So 5,000 children, 1,200 parents. A lot of them never saw the parents back.
And if I can come in here, I mean, obviously you were protected by a family. I think we all know the story of Anne Frank in the Netherlands. You were a version of that, but you weren't betrayed. You were hidden and you were helped. Just to bring it forward to today, the level of disinformation about what happened to your generation, your family, you, how does that make you feel when you see Holocaust denial on social media?
First of all, I don't want to think about it, because I never met my in-laws, because I was lucky. I had my parents back and my brother back after the war, but my husband lost 7 people from his family. His grandparents, his parents, his sister, uncle, and aunt. So if they say it didn't happen, where are these people? I never met them. How is it possible that somebody can say after we saw the places, we saw the list from the Germans, from all these people they killed, that people can think, only think, not tell it, that it never happened.
And you keep an eye on this, don't you? You know what's happening on TikTok, on Twitter.
Well, I'm the president of the Forum of Jewish Organization from the Flemish part of Belgium. We get horrible letters, insults. The Germans didn't do their work. Why are the fires extinguished? And so on. So there are sick people. For me, these people are sick, or they just don't want to see the reality. And if they don't want to see the reality, well, I say, look behind you, because it can happen again tomorrow.
I'd like to open it up to the floor to see if there are any questions. Yes, we have one over there.
Hello, my name is Eleanor Manley, and I think that I can speak for everyone in this room that we thank you for being here today and giving us a much-needed pause for reflection and a history check in a very modern summit where we talk a lot about the future. So really thank you so much. My question is, what lessons from the past and from your own lived experiences do you think that all of us should take away from this summit today so that we can apply it to a better future? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all the news, or in the papers, or on computers, or wherever you get your news from, please look it up if it is true, because the journalists, they have to earn their money. And if it's not sensational, they don't sell it. So don't, as I say, don't eat everything. Look it up yourself, because we have a good life since 45. There's not been any wars here in Belgium, so don't spoil that. Don't believe whatever is written without checking it.
And a quick follow-up, how concerned are you that a lot of this Holocaust denial is taking place amongst the younger generation?
Because they all play with these telephones and the computers, and they have no time to look further on. My time, we didn't have that. We were talking one to another, looking everything up. And time goes by too quickly now. And I think that's one of the reasons that the real thing doesn't come up, because they don't take the time to look it up.
We can have one more question from the room if there is one. If not, I'll quickly move on to another question I have, which is, tell me about an occasion when you have spoken to an audience and you have convinced them, you have changed their minds.
Well, I had in one of the schools lately, this young girl, 17, she came up and she said, I have everything. My parents can afford everything, even without telling them exactly what I want. But I'm not sure that everything is right. So now that I heard your story, I'm going to look for myself. And that's what the youngsters have to do, is each for themselves, look it up and discuss with your friends, with your neighbor, because we are all the same. Faith or whatever, if you are Jewish or Muslim or Catholic, I lived all my life with my war parents, who were Catholic, and my Orthodox Jewish parents. And there was never a bad word. So if I can do it, everybody can do it. And that's what I wish for everybody, to see life as it is really and not believe what the other one is telling him.
So you think disinformation might be a symptom rather than the cause? The cause is actually conflict underneath.
Yes.
Okay, and if there is no other question, there is one question there, okay.
Yes, thank you for your fascinating and impressive story. We are again with a war in Europe, and from NATO's perspective, of course, and from my personal perspective, Russia is the aggressor. But if I hear you speak, I wonder, should we then also criticize and research our own these facts and the victims and aggressors of war, like we had to do after the Second World War? How do you regard this new war in Europe, is my question.
Well, every war is one too much. I know why people do wars, but I don't want to accept it, because why do we have to be always bad instead of being good one to each other? I think it's much easier to be good, but there's a lot of money involved usually in wars. And that's a big pity. I get up every morning and I still want to learn something or to do something good. Well, why can't those people do that? And as you see, it only depends only of one person, like Hitler and like Putin now. So I hope there's not a third one ever coming. and that Russia is going to stop. I don't know why, but they should stop, because every dead person is one too much.
And on that note, thank you so much. It has been an honor and a privilege to welcome you here today. Please, a round of applause.
Much.
Wow. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Regina, for sharing your story with us. What a powerful, moving story, a human example of the impact of disinformation. It's truly an inspiration. Thank you. Well, I'm very excited to tell you all that for the next session, we have a live American audience joining us from Washington, D.C. So I'd like to welcome to the live broadcast Washington, D.C., hello, and our Washington, D.C. MC, Colleen Grace. I think they'll be joining us on the screens in a moment. They're there. Great, welcome, Colleen. Colleen, would you like to say a few words, a little hello from Washington, D.C.? Oh, we've got a little lag on the line, so we'll just carry on. But you can see them. They're there. Washington, D.C. has joined us. Hello to Colleen and our audience in D.C. It's wonderful to have Washington, D.C. joining us, and of course, all our participants who are now joining us from other time zones as well. I'm delighted to say that our next session is with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. We are going to ask the Secretary General some questions here in Brussels, and then we'll hand over to Colleen in Washington, D.C. for some additional questions. And you get the chance to ask questions of the Secretary General. Just use the app if you've got the app. The Q&A function is where you can submit your questions online, or if you're here in person, raise your hand and I will call on you. Okay, let's give a round of applause to welcome NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg to the stage. Welcome. Come on. Right there. Brilliant. Thank you so much for being here with us today, Secretary General.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be back. I was here a year ago, and it's good to be back again.
Brilliant. My first question is about what it's like to be NATO Secretary General. You've actually been Secretary General for nearly a decade. You have to work with a lot of different countries and leaders. And I'm wondering, has that tenure given you any particular insight into how to keep NATO united and successful? What is your secret?
I don't know whether I have any secrets, but I think it's very much about keeping people together and different people together, because as you all know, we are 31 nations which are members of NATO, and soon we will be 32 with also Sweden, from both sides of the Atlantic, with different history, different culture, different political parties in power. And of course, that makes us all quite different. But at the same time, we have been able to be together as a big family, and I feel that my main purpose is to keep this big family happy and together. And we are able to be together despite our differences, because we all understand that in a more dangerous world, we are safer when we are together, North America and Europe. So my perhaps not secret, but my main message is that stay together. Unity is our biggest strength. And I used to be Prime Minister in Norway for 10 years, and most of that time I was Prime Minister in a coalition government with different parties. And to keep a government together, it's very much the same as to keep NATO together.
Could you tell us about some of the most formative experiences in your career? You mentioned a couple highlights just now, but how did you become Secretary General of NATO? What did that path look like?
Well, I was surprised when I was asked to become Secretary General of NATO, because I have never planned for being that. Actually, my I made one decision, one clear, conscious decision about my career, and that was not to become a politician, but to start to work as a researcher in the Central Bureau of Statistics in Norway in 1989, because then I have finished my master degrees in economics in Norway, and I started on a PhD on something called econometrics, which is statistics and mathematics, and I was so fascinated by that. So my plan was to become a kind of professor, an academic, working on this very theoretical stuff. And then I was asked suddenly to become the Deputy Minister for Environment, and I promised myself and my wife only to do that for a year or two, and then to go back to the real important things, which is was this research. But then that happened in 1990, and since then I've been in politics, and now I'm 64 years old. So suddenly I'm here. But then I was active in domestic Norwegian politics, and my main focus was on budgets and health and education and pensions and these big domestic issues, and then I also become secretary of NATO. Yeah. But I think that my formative years has been very much about actually growing up in a very political family, because I have to admit that both my mother and my father, they were very, as I say, active. I grew up in a flat or where at the kitchen table my parents had many guests from all over the world. This was in the time of the apartheid, so we had freedom fighters from South Africa, and we had politicians and trade unionists from all over the world, and they partly lived in our flat and at least had breakfast in our flat, and I listened carefully to all those conversations, and that made me interested in politics. So actually, to try to answer your question, I think my most formative thing is, of course, that I decided to go into politics, and I stayed in politics for many years.
Something very unexpected as well, so it just shows you how life can take turns you don't anticipate. No. My next question actually kind of has a little bit to do with your family background and the influences of your family. I think a lot of young people feel kind of a sense of discomfort about war. For some, it's thankfully a completely unfamiliar experience, and for some, it presents a lot of disconcerting moral and ethical dilemmas. And I'm wondering, drawing on your own experiences as a young person growing up in your family, committed to social justice, I believe you even protested against the Vietnam War, what would you say to young people today who are grappling with those difficult feelings about armed conflict? How can we reconcile our ethical and moral discomfort with the unfortunate reality of war?
But first of all, I don't think it's only young people that feel discomfort with wars. Actually, I think just a woman that spoke here just a moment ago, I think she feels even more discomfort than any of us are able to feel, because she has really experienced war. And there are a lot of elderly people in Europe still who have actually lived through the Second World War. So I think this is nothing to do with young or old. I think a very normal human reaction is that you don't like wars, because wars is about use of force. It's about casualties, people being killed. So therefore, you have to remember that the main purpose of NATO is to prevent war. NATO was established after the Second World War to prevent anything like that to happen again. But as the old Romans used to say, if you want peace, you need to prepare for war. Meaning that NATO's main purpose is to deter any potential adversary. And as long as we do that, no NATO ally will be attacked, and we preserve peace, as we have done for NATO allies for for close to 75 years. So the fact that we see the need for strong NATO, for strong collective defense, for military forces, does not mean that we like wars. It means actually the opposite, that we dislike wars so much that we feel that we need to invest to prevent wars from happen and at least prevent any military attack on our countries. Then, also you came back to my family. Also, I'm born in 1959, so meaning I'm born after the Second World War. But I had a mother and a father, and I had the grandparents who all lived through the Second World War, and they told me, and they told the children so much about both the daily life, the ration cards, and how they had dark curtains to prevent air strikes, and the kind of very daily life in Oslo during the war. So sometimes I feel, and when we walked around in Oslo, my parents and grandparents, they pointed at different places where there were, sabotage and also the resistance movement attacked and so on. So sometimes I actually felt I grew up during the Second World War, not because I really did it, but because it was so close to me, because I had family members who told me so much about it. And then the father of my mother, he actually helped Jews to leave or to flee Norway over to Sweden, and I met one of those Jewish families, and of course that's quite moving to meet. I met he was 3 years old, a Jewish boy that was helped by my grandfather to go to Sweden, and the father of my father. He was an officer in 1940, so he fought then back in April and May and June of 1940, and then he was in a prison camp, and he also told a lot. So in that sense, wars have been part of my childhood, even though I never, of course, experienced war.
Thank you very much for that. Let's go to the audience for a few questions. I think we've got one. Wow, yeah, we have a lot of questions. We've got one right here in the middle. If you just don't mind going to the microphone so we can hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Secretary General. My question is, why is NATO important for younger people?
Well, as a NATO is important for young people, middle-aged people, old people, children, everyone. Because the whole idea that is only important for one group of people is fundamentally wrong. Because again, NATO has one big important task, and that is peace. And if we don't have peace, we will not succeed with anything else, be it to create prosperity, jobs, education, or to address big issues like climate change. But of course, you can say that peace is even more important for young people than elderly people because they have a longer life ahead of them. So if we destroy this earth and we create war and destruction, of course, it has impact for more years for young people than for elderly people. But my main message is that what NATO does matters for everyone, and it's so fundamental. So it is important for so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for the question. Okay, another question. Let's go down here on the end. Yes, if you don't mind going to the microphone. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dmytro Filonenko. I am president of Yas Atlantic Treaty Association Ukraine, based in Kyiv. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to what NATO did and continue doing in terms of supporting Ukraine to fight against Russian unprovoked and unjustified aggression. My question is, what would be the NATO's response to a potential scenario when China launched its invasion on Taiwan and Russia is supported by Chinese military equipment? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I think the message is that China should not use force to change status quo for Taiwan. The NATO allies, there are no changes in NATO allies on our policy on one China, and there is no justification for the threats and the coercive or assertive behavior that we have seen China being responsible for around Taiwan for actually several months and actually the last years. So that's the main message. The other message is that any any changes, any disputes should be solved by diplomatic, not by military means. Then I think what we see is that China is not only threatening Taiwan, but China is also responsible for coercive actions against neighbors. They try to control the South China Sea. They have taken control over big parts of the South China, at least try to take control of big parts of the South China Sea. And we also see how China and Russia are coming closer and closer. And they recently had a big naval exercise together. We see more Chinese and Russian, both air and naval patrols. So of course this is something that matters for our security, and that's also the reason why NATO, in the new strategic concept, we agreed at the Madrid summit actually addressed that the military, the economic, the political strength, increasing power of China poses a challenge to our security, to our values.
Thank you, and thank you also for that question. Let's take another question from this audience, right here in the second row in the white top. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Secretary General, as we witness the increasingly severe consequences of climate change, they don't only pose a significant threat to our environments and ecosystems, but also have far-reaching implications for our security and technological development. And considering the scarcity of water and critical minerals, which are essential components for the development of cutting-edge technologies, my question is, how does NATO intend to address these issues with member states, international organizations, in order to secure these resources, minimize potential conflicts, and promote sustainability through new technologies?
One of the areas where we have really seen a change in NATO the last few years is actually on climate change. Again, the strategic concept we adopted in Madrid addresses climate change as a challenge to and a threat to our security. In the previous strategic concept, we hardly mentioned climate change at all. But this language in the strategic concept reflects a reality, and that is that climate change is a crisis multiplier. It fuels conflicts, and it increases competition over scarce resources like water, land, and also, of course, leads to much more migration. So climate change matters for our security in many different ways, and therefore it matters for NATO, because NATO is about security. Second, we also understand or see that there is a very close link between energy and climate change, and we see how energy has been used as a tool, as a weapon. We saw that or we have seen it now recently with the war in Ukraine, where Russia tried to use gas as a weapon to convince or to prevent NATO allies from providing support to Ukraine. And then, of course, we see this energy transition where we move from fossil fuel to renewables to cleaner and climate-friendly energy sources. And that's something which has to happen, extremely important, and very supported by NATO and NATO allies. But the challenge is that this transition, there is a risk that we create new dependencies, because the solar panels are very much dependent on rare earth minerals coming mainly from China. Windmills and also batteries are dependent on supply chains which are extremely dependent on commodities and products coming from China. So we just have to make sure that we don't make the same mistake as we made with being too dependent on Russian gas, that we are over-dependent on China. Of course, we should trade with China, but we should not be dependent to a degree that makes us vulnerable. So this energy transition, we need to make sure that we actually are able to do that in a way. We also use our own natural resources where we are developing new technologies, so we are not creating new dependencies. And the last thing is, of course, that the way we conduct military operations are directly impacted by climate change. Just the fact that the sea level is rising has a direct impact on many naval bases. The fact that we have more extreme weather, wilder and wetter and windier weather, matters for the way we conduct operations. In Iraq, we have soldiers who are training the Iraqi forces. And of course, we have seen more than 55 degrees Celsius. So uniforms, equipment has to change to be able to cope with much more extreme weather. And then NATO also have to take part in the efforts to reduce emissions. And if you look at armored vehicles and battle tanks and fighter jets and big aircraft carrier, you know, they're not normally very environmentally friendly. That's not the way. That's not what characterizes them the most. But at the same time, we have to understand that now there's an energy revolution taking place in the civilian sector, and not in a very distant future, the most powerful, the most effective engines will be non-fossil. So if NATO and our armed forces ends up as the last fossil sector in our societies, it will be bad for the environment, but it will also be bad for our armed forces. Because they need to be part of that transition to ensure that we have the best capabilities, the best engines, the best planes, the best vehicles. So of course, we cannot choose green defense technology if it's not effective, but I'm absolutely certain that in the future, the most effective capabilities will also be the environmentally friendly, and we need to be part of that transition, and that's exactly why NATO allies are investing, and NATO is promoting investment in green technology to ensure that we are part, that also the armed forces as part of this energy revolution, energy transition.
Brilliant, thank you. Got a lot of questions. Let's go all the way to the back there. Please come to the microphone.
Hi everyone, my name is Slobodan Blagovčanin. I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's a huge honor to be in the same room with you, Mr. Secretary. My question is what we as a young Bosnians and Herzegovinians, what we can expect in the future. Is our country safe, since that I would say that with the NATO we have strong partnership, and also I know that it depends on our politicians, but how is the situation right now when it comes to Euro-Atlantic integration of my country? Thank you.
First, I have to tell you that when I was a child, I lived in Yugoslavia, because that was before, you know, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Slovenia, and all the other republics became independent countries. And my father worked at the Norwegian embassy in Belgrade, and we traveled a lot around in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I remember we were in Banja Luka, and many times because that was actually on the way when we went down to the coast from Belgrade, but also in Sarajevo, I had my, at least the first ice cream I remember, sladoled, was something I had in Sarajevo in 1963 or something like that. So we have very good, at least at that time, the very good ice cream in Sarajevo. That's what I remember. Then, of course, Bosnia and Herzegovina is a partner of NATO. We have worked with Bosnia and Herzegovina for many years. As you all know, NATO played a key role. We helped to end a brutal war in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the 1990s. Since then, we have been there. We have a headquarters in Sarajevo, and we work closely with the authorities. Of course, you know. There are challenges, there are divisions inside Bosnia and Herzegovina, but NATO will be there to help and to reform your defense and security institutions and help you to move further towards further Euro-Atlantic integration. And it's great to have you here, because the fact that you are here also demonstrates that Bosnia and Herzegovina is a close and highly valued partner.
Brilliant, thank you. I know we have so many more questions in the room, and we actually have loads of questions coming in online, but we also have a live audience waiting for us in DC. So over to you, Colleen. Do you have some questions for the Secretary General?
Yes, thank you, Kira. Thank you so much, Secretary General Stoltenberg. So do we have any questions in the room? Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, for being with us. My name is Aubrey. I founded Globally, a nonprofit that invests in rising leaders in foreign policy. And my question is, how is NATO actively contributing to peace and security in conflict-affected countries that are outside its immediate boundaries? And what role can young people play in contributing to those efforts?
So just to be sure I understood the question is about what NATO does for countries after conflict has ended?
No, who are experiencing conflict outside of the immediate borders.
Well, outside NATO borders. Well, we have partners in many places in the world, and of course some of these partners, they are in the conflict, and therefore we have helped them. I think perhaps one very relevant example is Iraq, where NATO has helped over the last years to train the forces which are fighting terrorists, and in particular fighting ISIS. So, of course, different countries receive different types of support from different institutions, it be the UN or individual NATO allies. But what NATO does on behalf of all allies is very often to help to build capacity, to train local forces, and to create stability in our neighborhood. Because when our neighbors are more stable, we are more secure. So we work with also some of the countries in Northern Africa, Tunisia, or in the Sahel region, Mauritania, with helping them to stabilize their own countries and to fight terrorism and to modernize and reform their defense and security institutions, because that's important for their countries, but it's also important for us, because if they fail, the whole world and our neighborhood becomes more dangerous.
Thank you for that, and thanks for that question from DC. Do you have another question from DC for us, Colleen?
I'm sure we do. One more. Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. My name is Del Hardy. I'm a program assistant at the Atlantic Council. My question takes us back to the issue of climate change. I'm interested in hearing how you plan to maintain unity among the various NATO allied countries in addressing this issue.
Well, so first of all, I welcome the fact that we have unity, because it was a bit controversial in the beginning when we started to raise climate change issues at NATO. But as we always see in NATO, is that we have a process, we have discussions, we have different views, and then we develop common ground and we reach consensus, as we did at the summit last year. We agreed an action plan, we agreed language and ambitions for NATO when it comes to climate change, both how to reduce, the aim of reducing emissions from NATO activities, but also that we should do more on helping to develop greener and cleaner technology also for our armed forces. And I believe that one of the reasons why we are able to sustain unity in NATO on climate change is that, first of all, NATO allies are concerned about climate change, and NATO allies have signed the Paris Accord and other climate change conventions or agreements. But second, regardless of whether you're concerned about climate change or not, you have to be concerned about the fact that if we're not able to ensure that there's an energy revolution taking place also within the armed forces, we will not have the best and the most modern armed forces in the world. Because if you look a couple of decades ahead, there's no way the best engines will be fossil fuel. Because if you look at the civilian sector, there's really a revolution taking place now, with more and more car makers going away from fossil fuel cars to electric cars. So if this only happens in the civilian sector, we will end up with bad equipment, bad technology, and outdated military equipment. So I care about climate change, but even if you don't care about climate change, you care about the fact that we have to be part of this big technological revolution. Many years ago, I read a book called The Price by Dan Jurgen, and that's about the energy revolution and oil replacing coal in the last, or at least to some extent replacing coal in the last century. And there is a chapter, at least there are some pages in that book about Winston Churchill. He was the secretary for the Navy before the First World War. And he made a very controversial and audacious or courageous decision to decide that the British Navy should go from coal-fired engines to oil-fired or diesel-fired engines. And that was just ahead of the First World War. They didn't know, of course, that the First World War was going to happen. But of course, to move from coal, we have a lot of infrastructure, you have engines, you have coal all around in all the different ports. To go to diesel was controversial, and you were quite vulnerable in that transition period. But it did so, and when the First World War broke out, it was a big advantage for the British Navy that had already made that transition. It was a new technology, and it made the British Navy faster and more sustainable, more stronger than all those navies that still had coal as the energy source for the ships. And the same way, we have to make the same energy transition for our fossil fuel-based engines. The challenge is exactly when, and in that transition period, there are, of course, vulnerabilities. But your question was on unity, and my message is that, well, those who don't care about climate change, they care about the armed forces, and therefore we need to conduct that energy transition.
Brilliant. I think exploring that link between technology and climate change, also the role of NATO in the ecosystem of technology more broadly, is very, very interesting. It's something that's come up throughout the day. I wonder if we might have time for one more question from Washington, D.C. Colleen, do you have one more question for us?
We have quite a few questions, Kira.
We do too.
Here, let's go. Right there. Thank you, sir.
Am I live? Good morning, Secretary. My name is Daniel Simon. I am a rising lawyer and entrepreneur of Cuban heritage. And my question for you, as we focus on the tensions between Russia and China, there are alliances, economic alliances forming as the war has developed. We have the example of the BRICS, for example. And as recently as a few months ago, we have the Russian foreign minister of Russian affairs hinting at potential deployment of military units in Venezuela and Cuba. How does NATO perceive this geopolitical implication of Russia and China's relationship with Latin American countries and works towards stabilizing peace on this side of the world, and particularly Latin America? Thank you.
So what we see is that China and Russia are coming closer and closer. We see that they try to increase their presence and create alliances with different countries around the world. And of course, this is something we follow very closely. And I think the main answer is that when we see that authoritarian powers are coming more close together and are joining forces more closely, then it's even more important that we ensure that all those countries that believe in democracy and freedom stand together in NATO, North America and Europe in NATO, 31, soon 32 nations. So it makes NATO even more important. But also the fact that NATO is reaching out to countries also beyond the Euro-Atlantic or the North Atlantic area. For instance, at the NATO Summit in Vilnius, I have invited the heads of state and government from Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, Australia, which are our close partners in the Pacific, because we believe that it is in a more dangerous world where security is not regional anymore, but truly global. When China and Russia are coming closer, then it's even more important that we work closely with our partners all around the world, and that's the reason why we are reaching out to them, to balance the fact that Russia and China are coming closer and working more closely with other countries in different parts of the world.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Secretary General, for joining us today and for answering all our questions here and in Washington, D.C. It's been a real pleasure to have you. Please, let's thank the Secretary General with a round of applause. Enjoy this. Wow. I mean, what a spectacular day. It has been such a privilege to be here with you all and to hear all of these incredible speakers, to hear all of your wonderful questions as well. We are about to wrap up the Brussels part of the 2023 NATO Youth Summit. But before we do, I would like to try to conduct the same poll that we did earlier in the day. For those of you who were here in the morning in Brussels, you'll remember the poll and the question. But now that we have our American audience joining us in Washington, D.C., let's see if we get any different results or if it turns out the same way. You can participate in our live poll by going to the Summit app and clicking on the poll function. For those of you watching in DC, maybe you haven't downloaded the app yet, but you can do that by going to your registration email. The poll question is the same as in the morning. Maybe you all in the room have changed your minds, I don't know. What do you see as the most pressing challenge to global security today? Please go online now and submit your responses. Let's see if we get any different answers. So, round 2 of the poll. Oh, military actions by Russia is still going strong at the moment. Now that we have our audience joining us from North America, China's rise, I believe that was also in second place this morning as well. Weaponization of emerging and disruptive technologies is creeping up, though, in this poll. Let's give it another few seconds to see what comes in. Military actions by Russia is still definitely taking the lead, so it looks like you all have kind of stayed strong for on that particular issue. That was a top issue in the morning session. So if for those of you who are joining online now, or for those of you who are in DC, sounds like you actually have placed the same item, military actions by Russia, at the top of the list. That was the top of the list this morning as well, so thank you all for participating in that. All right, now, although our day is coming to a close, things are clearly wrapping up here in Brussels. They're just getting started over in Washington, D.C., so I will hand over to Colleen in just a moment. All that remains, really, is for me to thank you for being here, both in person here with me and also online. And I'd like to just remind you all that this event is very proudly co-hosted by NATO and William Mary. And we'd also like to give thanks to our institutional partners for the event. You can see them, I think, on the screen right now. The Center for European Policy Analysis, the Center for European Policy Studies, Defense Entrepreneurs Forum, Friends of Europe, Globally, the National Press Club, National Security Innovation Network, the American Academy of Diplomacy. For those of you here in Brussels, as you can probably already hear, we have a reception in the networking space in just a moment, so please make your way over to the networking space and it will start over there. Thank you very much to you all for spending your day with me and with all the speakers today, and over to you, Washington, D.C.
our Board of Visitors and ambassador from the U.S. to the United Nations, who will extend this welcome further. Thank you.
I am Doug Bunch, the U.S. Public Delegate to the United Nations. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield might question whether I took her job. But thank you, Madam President, for that kind introduction. It's an honor to represent the U.S. mission to the United Nations today and meet all of you, students and young professionals engaged in strengthening our transatlantic relationships. I also want to congratulate NATO representatives and really all of you here. Our alliance has never been stronger and continues to grow with Finland's and soon, we hope, Sweden's accession. NATO has never been more relevant than it is today, and our work at the U.S. mission to the United Nations in New York demonstrates that. NATO and the UN are symbiotic organizations, independent and each with a distinct but aligned purpose that share many of the same core values. The UN was formed at the very end of World War II to maintain peace and security through collective action. 4 years later, the North Atlantic Treaty was signed, which framed NATO within the parameters of the UN Charter. Principles of peaceful resolution to conflict, but also the right to collective defense, are inherent in both organizations' founding documents. And over the decades